Hi, and welcome to the first virtual BioStock Live Investor Meeting of 2022. We are about to view presentations from a wide range of life science companies presenting from our studios in Lund and in Stockholm. Topics will cover everything from Alzheimer's treatment to oncology. So sit back and enjoy.
First up in the program is Carbiotix, and here to present the company is CEO Christopher Cook. Welcome, Christopher.
Thank you so much. My name is Christopher Cook. I'm CEO of Carbiotix, a company that's focusing on pioneering smart prebiotic ingredients. And at the heart of the whole prebiotic discussion is the microbiome. And what is the microbiome? Well, the microbiome is the different bacteria, viruses, and fungi that are living on us and within us as well. And only in our large intestine, we have in excess of 30 trillion bacteria. And these bacteria, also called the host probiotic bacteria, live off of indigestible carbohydrates. So not food for our bodies, but food for these particular bacteria. And what these bacteria produce are short-chain fatty acids. So as we consume these soluble fibers or prebiotics, we produce these SCFAs. And the benefits of consuming the prebiotics or the soluble fibers that you have blood sugar and cholesterol regulation, mineral absorption. There's also been a link between the production of the SCFAs and reducing the risk of developing different chronic and metabolic diseases. And probably most important now, at least, given the fact that we've gone through and are in the middle of a global pandemic, is the fact that 70% of the immune system resides in the gut tissue. So it's extremely important. We also know that as we get older, that the amount as well as the diversity of our host probiotic bacteria decreases, and especially with the onset of different diseases as well. Now, we could address these obviously by taking probiotics, which are in many foods today, both in supplement form and as well as active ingredients in foods. But we also know that, generally speaking, there's a deficiency of prebiotics. And this is being exacerbated by the fact that we're consuming far too much sugar, red meat, emulsifiers, and alcohol. And therefore, many dietitians suggest that we're missing about 3 to 5 grams, but others are suggesting that it could be as much as 10 to 20 grams of soluble fiber or prebiotics. So 90% of the adult population globally missing up to 80% of what they should be consuming in terms of prebiotics. Now, this creates a significant market opportunity. And if you look at the low end of the anticipated growth, it's about 10%. And in the high end, in terms of what experts suggest could happen going forward, it's about 25% per annum growth. And then that's a 3x to 10x growth in the next 10 years. So the industry will go from a €5 billion industry to a 15 to 50 or 45 to 50 billion euro industry. And even with macroeconomic headwinds, one can suggest that the food industry and healthcare industries will be somewhat insulated. So potentially this industry may not grow at a 10x, but certainly it'll grow at between a 3 and 10x during the next 10 years. So any company that can capture that growth obviously will be quite successful. And any company that can deliver a product that is efficacious, tolerable, that meaning you can eat large amounts of the product, where you target diverse applications from food all the way to pharma, and where you could demonstrate the efficacy of the product in real time and over time. Does it actually work for an individual? Can you personalize that product? Those companies are going to be the successful companies in this particular space. So how did Carbiotix address this opportunity in the marketplace? Well, quite recently we introduced the concept of smart prebiotics. And smart prebiotics are essentially satisfying these 3 requirements I just mentioned. So highly effective prebiotics that we create this bifidogenic effect and produce these SCFAs, which have these benefits. But also you can consume large amounts of these prebiotics. So it's not just 3 or 5 grams, but we can get into this 10 to 20 grams per day to satisfy this deficiency. We're also wanting to meet individual needs, i.e. that we want to assess how much does an individual need, Can we satisfy this need? Can we validate the effect? And can we increase that effect over time? And then we want to create synergies between different product groups, all the way from food to pharma, as well as medical foods and nutraceuticals in between. And we think that this opportunity for smart prebiotics will roughly represent about 5% of the total market within 10 years. So this is the opportunity for the company going forward. Now, based upon this, the mission of the company is to increase the consumption of what we call smart prebiotics or smart prebiotic ingredients. And how do we do this? We want to manufacture the lowest cost, most effective prebiotics on the market. We want to sell them through as many different forms and channels as possible. So different types of products, as I mentioned before, from food all the way to pharma, co-treatments. And we want to provide this low-cost test to validate the efficacy of the products, to really give an answer for an individual. Are they working for him or her? As many of you well know today, we launched LinkGut, which is our B2B white label API gut health test. And this test today is essentially between 50 and 75% less than other consumer tests on the market. So we're already at a cost advantage compared to others, globally speaking. It's also the most reliable test, not only from the courier services we're using, but also from the ability to provide results in a specific time frame to meet the needs of our business partners, as well as most flexible, that the whole concept can be customized to meet specific needs, both on the analytical protocol side, but also on the branding side as well. So this is a market we think is growing quite substantially, about 20% per year. And we think we have a very unique value proposition in this space, in the B to B to C space. On the modulator side, we obviously have Carbiotix, which is our first flagship product produced from maize or corn fiber. And it's extracted through a chemical as well as an enzymatic process. And we know that we can utilize corn, and it produces a very interesting molecule that is highly substituted, a very small molecule, very complex, and ferments over a long period of time. But we know that we can also utilize other types of grains to produce an axis product as well, especially given geopolitical headwinds. There's certainly an impetus to explore local grains for the production of axis. And in this case, we're looking at a product which is up to 10 times more effective in terms of producing these SCFAs and getting these positive health effects, unique functional properties such as emulsification properties, and obviously our goal is to reach a very attractive price point, or at least meet at market products. In terms of medical foods, our goal is to produce a pure form of this axis. Obviously, we're initially targeting a nutraceutical application, and we'll clean that product up even more, and that product will be used as a medical food. And as a medical food, we want to target dosings of around 10 to 20, even 30 grams per day. And this is a substantially large market as well, but it's also going to be an opportunity for the company to really drive volume sales. In terms of therapeutics, what we're looking at are unique symbiotic formulations. So probiotics and prebiotics together, where we're targeting the same disease areas as our medical foods. And now we're involved, for example, in one study looking at the application of Carbiotix medical food with metformin as a way to optimize the use of metformin and address the side effects as well as that intervention. And in the case of both of our medical foods and therapeutics, we're targeting what we consider co-treatments or co-interventions. Again, they're to be used with synthetic pharmaceutical products. So where are we producing our products today? Well, we took over the old R&D facility of Findus, which is a food manufacturer in Bjuv, Sweden. And this particular site is going to be our primary R&D facility, but also our main site for the production of nutraceuticals, medical foods, as well as therapeutics, and essentially a template site for expansion in North America as well as continental Europe. And as I said earlier, given certain geopolitical headwinds that we're seeing today, there's an even greater incentive to explore other locally produced raw materials cereal grains, the brands of these cereal grains, to produce unique products, access products, and of course deliver these products globally. Where do we stand today? We have a number of key milestones for 2022. So 2022 will be a very exciting year for the company. We're in the process of completing our up to 10-ton access production site. And there what we've done is we've made a conscious effort to, when building this site, to really plan for the next expansion phases. When I say phases, I mean expansion within this particular footprint. So several multi-ton production lines. And by doing that, it's taken a bit longer, but it's also going to allow us to accelerate that expansion process, not only in terms of the technical side, but also financing models, etc. Also, GRAS submission and approval is a key milestone for this year. And there we've done the same thing as well. You know, we've taken the learnings of our earlier production at Bollsgård, and now we're going to transpose these to our production site at Food Hills. And obviously we'll take these learnings, integrate them into the dossiers, and then make sure that these are representative of the product we're going to be launching at market. This is critical. If we don't do this, we're wasting our time fundamentally. And that's why we're taking a very pragmatic process through that approvals process. And again, we're targeting self-affirmation. So we're not submitting a dossier to the FDA. This is submitted to an expert panel for approval and then for launch in the marketplace, targeting initially a nutraceutical application in the US. Obviously, once these things are in place, and as a parallel activity, I might add, we can get in our first access sales agreement and launch the product, which is also a key milestone for this year. And things look quite favorable at this point of time. At the same time, as I said earlier, we want to hedge both macroeconomic risks, geopolitical risks, and thereby we want to look at different substrates, so carry out different studies of local materials, also getting into other product groups as well. As I mentioned, medical foods, and therefore we have this metformin study we want to look at. And then there are other partner opportunities, for example, on the diagnostic side with the partner, our partner project, I should add, that was communicated earlier. In terms of linked partners, we're seeing very good interest. We have an extremely competitive offering today, and therefore we see that growth trajectory continuing with adding linked partners every quarter going forward as well. And then last but certainly not least, we want to cover all different types of modulator classes, and obviously getting our therapeutic co-treatments and co-interventions to market are critical, and getting our first patents in connection with that are also very important for us moving forward, and therefore this is a key milestone for 2022. So 2022 in its entirety, extremely exciting year. It's the culmination of many, many years of preparation and work, and I think it's going to be really a starting point for significant expansion, both on the technical development side, but also on the market expansion side going forward. In terms of our roadmap for our smart prebiotics, this has fundamentally not changed. 2022 is the year of our nutraceutical launch in the US as a carb-by-axis ingredient, and this will be followed by the EU in 2023, and then hopefully the rest of the world thereafter. To get into the F&B space, this is about forming new legal entities through joint ventures to offset large CapEx and be able to produce carb-by-axis, both in continental Europe and North America. And as a parallel activity, as I mentioned, obviously we're pushing forward with the medical food studies, and eventually we'll reach a launch in 2025 in the US, and then eventually with our therapeutic co-treatments as well, which are these unique symbiotic blends, probiotics, prebiotics, initially targeting the same disease areas as our medical foods. So for example, type 2 diabetes will be the first application on the therapeutic side. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Christopher.
Thank you.
So you mentioned the link between gut health and the immune system. How do your products affect a person's immune system?
Yes.
Is that a fair question?
It's definitely a fair question. We know that 70% of the immune system resides in, you could argue, the small and large intestine, in this gut-associated lymphoid tissue. And I think it's important to note that with the introduction of prebiotics, which are essentially food for your probiotic bacteria, you're producing these SCFAs, and through that process you're sort of reinforcing the mucosal layer, and therefore reducing, on one side, gut leakage, but also reinforcing this immune system tissue is probably the easiest way to explain that. So yeah, it's from my side, especially during COVID, I think I've been consuming between 20 and 40 grams of high quality soluble fiber per day. And you can't draw conclusions off of one person, but I haven't gotten COVID.
All right, lucky you. So going into something a little bit more specific, how are you able to provide a low-cost gut health test to consumers without cutting corners on quality?
That's a good question. I think it's because of the approach we've taken to the marketplace. We came from the prebiotic side in terms of what we knew what we wanted to achieve in terms of the production of these SCFAs. Therefore, we knew as well that modulating the gut takes a long period of time, i.e. that we want to monitor someone over a long period of time. And to be able to do that, obviously you need a low-cost test. So that was sort of the starting point and impetus behind efforts to optimize the test, which is one of the ways we brought down the cost, but also focusing on initially the PCR approach as opposed to the NGS, next generation sequencing. So this polymerase chain reaction focus targeting specific biomarkers allows us to really bring down the price, and then the fact that we know that we need multiple tests and we need to optimize it. Over and above that is the fact that this is not our core business. You know, we created the test as a competitive advantage. So when we sell our ingredients to a food producer or a nutraceutical company, we say, now you can offer to your customers a way to validate the efficacy. So we're not saying the days of carrying out studies are not relevant, or carrying out studies are not relevant, i.e. that studies don't have a purpose. Of course they have a purpose, but we think the future is transparency and personalization, which requires an individual to validate whether a product has a positive effect or not. So because it's this core competitive advantage and it's not our core business, we can really hit the low end of what typical companies take as a margin, which is about 25 to 50%. And we know that over time as our modulators enter the market, so our nutraceutical ingredients, our food and beverage ingredients, medical foods and therapeutic co-interventions and co-treatments, we can really bring down the price because it's not our core business, and the margins of those product classes are much higher as well. So what it means is that eventually we can get down to theoretically a sort of a gross margin zero offering, and then eventually subsidize, which will totally outcompete the market in terms of being able to offer a similar competitive offering, and where we really embed the validation, the companion diagnostic as part of our value proposition. So in any way we're building a moat around our modulators through offering a low-cost test. And yeah, that's the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, great. And really quickly, last question. Could you talked about the installation of the first Carbiotix production line. How will this impact the company?
Yeah, as I said, the link gut service and the companion diagnostic is part of our competitive advantage, but the core of the company are the modulators. Mm-hmm. So obviously getting our first product to market is fundamental for the success of the entire company going forward. And that becomes a blueprint for expansion at the site as well, as we go from 10 tons eventually all the way up to 1,000 tons potentially in 10 years, as well as a blueprint for expansion off-site, focusing on food and beverage access production, both in continental Europe and North America, and taking all those learnings as well. As well, the site is an R&D facility to explore different substrates, and we know with geopolitical headwinds and the reality we're facing today that we need to find local substrates and supply locally as well. This is just a fact of reality today. So it is the most important thing. It is the company fundamentally, and it leads into all these opportunities going forward as well.
Well, thanks so much for answering the questions, and we do wish you all the best with your continued work.
Thank you so much.
Next presenting company is Prolight Diagnostics with CEO Ulf Bladin. Welcome.
Thank you. Earlier this morning, this patient visited his doctor at his primary care center, complaining for chest pain and short of breath. Obviously, the doctor was considering, could this be a myocardial infarction, or is it something else? In order to detect myocardial infarction correctly, there is a need to measure a biomarker named troponin at very low detection levels. However, since most of the troponin tests are performed at hospital labs, the turnaround time is quite long. So the doctor at his primary care center, he had to take a decision. And to be safe, he called an ambulance and made sure that the patient came to the hospital as quickly as possible. By this example, I wanted to illustrate that there is truly a high demand for point-of-care tests to provide faster, accurate test results directly to the doctor while the patient is present. So next time you hear about point-of-care testing, you should remember that they are performed close to the patient outside the hospital laboratory on small mobile instruments to give fast and reliable test results with high precision and high accuracy. So by detecting or excluding, for example, myocardial infarction early in the primary care setting, one may then offer a faster and appropriate care for those who are affected. But at the same time, you can also avoid unnecessary hospitalization for those who doesn't suffer from, for example, a myocardial infarction, and thereby you can have significant healthcare savings. So my name is Ulf Bladin, and I'm working as a CEO at Prolight Diagnostics since July 2020. And we are focusing on developing innovative point-of-care systems for faster, accurate diagnosis of acute conditions, for example, myocardial infarction. And we are targeting quite a big market. As you see on this slide, the global point-of-care market accounted for more than $29 billion in 2020. And it has projected to grow up to close to $52 billion 5 years from now. That means we have an annual growth rate of 7.4%. And this trend is supported by a continuous growth. First of all, the last 2 years we have seen throughout the COVID pandemic that the use of point-of-care tests has increased substantially. We also see that we have an increasing elderly population in the Western countries and also increased investments in R&D. But if you go back to these cardiac biomarkers, you see on this slide that last year they accounted for almost $9 billion and they have projected growth of 9% up to almost $15 billion 5 years from now in 2027. But for this biomarker troponin, we also see that there is estimated to be a revenue of $3.6 billion end of this year. But it's not only the cardiac biomarkers, there are also an increasing demand for other new point-of-care tests in several clinical areas. And therefore, the board, they gave me the assignment to look more careful into business development, and more specifically, to monitor the developments of new technologies and evaluate if they could possibly complement the company's existing offer, so that Prolight Diagnostics could become a unique company in point-of-care testing. So, after careful analysis and evaluation of several companies' new technologies, it became evident that the most pioneering with the highest potential was the British company Cyrus Diagnostics. Therefore, after an extensive due diligence, we were so happy that we, in January 20th, could announce that we have been able to acquire this British Cyrus Diagnostics with newly issued shares at a fixed value of 65 million crowns. We have paid them 30% at closing, which occurred on March 1st, and we will then pay the additional 70% during the coming 2 years under the conditions that the predefined milestones have been achieved. And I just also want you to note that all newly issued shares will have a lock-up period until the end of 2025. Okay, so if we look into Cyrus Diagnostics, what have they done? Well, they have developed a pioneering, groundbreaking single molecule counting point-of-care technology for digital immunoassays. And this patent-pending, also multiplex-capable technology enables measurements of biomarkers at extremely low concentrations, and with a response time with only 10 minutes or even less. And to our knowledge, there are no other point-of-care systems capable of offering this performance with such simplicity and high sensitivity. The system itself consists of a simple, easy-to-use cartridge together with a dedicated analyzer. So there is no need for expensive components or expensive consumables. And this gives us the opportunity of having very low production costs. And the test itself is performed with only a small drop of blood. So this novel multiplex capable technology is also very much aligned with our existing strategy. So, to sum this up, Cyrus' pioneering technology truly enables the measurement of biomarkers at extremely low concentrations. Or we then have a digital technology, and that's based upon measuring individual molecules. So how does this work? Well, each molecule bleaches a black spot here on a fluorescent layer, which we then may count. This in turn gives us an ultra-sensitive application where we may detect biomarkers at extremely low concentrations, but with the high sensitivity and precision. So this novel technology brings then significant advantages. It's truly unique, it's simple, and it's also cost-effective. So we then may be able to provide a totally new, novel point-of-care system at a fraction of the cost of the large-based laboratory platforms. This also, innovation, provides the opportunity for us to develop completely new, ultra-sensitive point-of-care tests in several other clinical areas that was previously only possible to perform at specialized laboratories, such as neurological pathologies. Here we're talking about dementia and traumatic brain injuries, and we're talking about immune system dysfunctions, such as sepsis and autoimmune disease. And last but not least, virus detection, including COVID. And after these 2 years, all of you are probably aware of that currently PCR tests are recommended for definitive detection of COVID. And why is it so? Well, it's due to their extreme sensitivity. But there is a pitfall. The PCR tests, they have a very long turnaround time to get the results. It can take several hours, sometimes up to a day or even more, depending on the laboratory system. What's then unique with Cyrus' platform is that with this technology, it opened up the potential that we could provide the same sensitivity or even surpass the performance of this PCR test for detection of contagious viral particles. But more importantly, these results could be provided with as little as 10 minutes or even less, which is a significant faster turnaround time compared to PCR tests. All of this development would not have been possible without having a very competent team behind. And there are 4 founders at Cyrus Diagnostics, and they all have a very long and broad experience in IVD development, and particularly when it comes to point-of-care tests and system development. They have already developed another point-of-care system all the way from concept through to a CE marking, which they also successfully exited to Novartis for $90 million. And as you may see on this slide, all these 4 founders, they have a very impressive background. And therefore we are so happy that now they will continue with their important work under the umbrella of Prolight. And we have just appointed Steve Ross, one of the 4 founders, to Chief Technology Officer. Eileen McGettrick, she's been appointed to Head of Product Development. Julie Richards has been appointed to Head of Assay Development. And then Paul Manogan, he's appointed to Head of Engineering. So now you may be wondering, so what do they believe and what do they think about this acquisition? Well, I believe Paul phrased it quite well. He said that they are delighted to be joining Prolight and that they see Prolight as an ideal partner for Cyrus. And that they now believe that the synergy of the combined companies will allow us together to get the product to market more rapidly for the benefit of patients. I couldn't agree more. I just wanted to iterate how important it is also for us that we now have gained the competence and experience from Cyrus coming into Prolight, as we are now focusing on development of the most innovative point-of-care systems together. And I feel that I truly believe that this new joint company is extremely well positioned to become one of the strongest players on the point-of-care market. Now, in order to bring these innovative systems to the market, we need to attract more capital. And therefore, we have now initiated a rights issue of units. And you can read more about the specific details as well as our prospects on our webpage. But let me give you some words of how we intend to use the capital. Well, it all is about developing our 2 innovative point-of-care systems, the digital from Cyrus and the Microflex from Prolight. And what we are starting with right now as I speak is that we are trying to integrate Cyrus into Prolight's product portfolio as quickly as possible, so we can start the development of the prototype and cartridge as well as the prototype of the instrument, so we may perform sensitivity analysis and generate more performance data. Once this is done, we will then move into developing of a commercial system and start of the manufacturing of a cartridge, bringing us into the regulatory, where we now are targeting to get the regulatory process started in the US and Europe. For Microflex, we are then continuing our development to a commercial cartridge for distributed testing. And here we want to include more biomarkers, and also we want to evaluate if there is a potential with multiplex. And we truly believe that this special project that we are now performing together with our technological partner TTP will strengthen the ongoing dialogue we have with a number of potential partners regarding Microflex. So, to sum this up, I want to say, first of all, that I hope I have been able to convince you today that there is a pronounced need for point-of-care tests, but they must be able to measure biomarkers in very low concentrations with high sensitivity and precision. And that's exactly why the platform from Cyrus Diagnostics is so disruptive, and it differentiates us from competition. Because to our knowledge, there are no other point-of-care system capable of offering this performance with such simplicity, sensitivity, and extremely low detection levels, with only a single drop of blood or a swab test when we use for virus detection. So all in all, Cyrus Diagnostics' pioneering point-of-care technology may be the beginning of a paradigm shift within point-of-care testing. So therefore, I truly believe there is a great potential for value increase for Prolight Diagnostics. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. Could you tell us a bit more about your long-term goals and how the acquisition of Cyrus Diagnostics can help you achieve these?
Yes, the long-term goal for Prolight Diagnostics, that's to bring the most innovative point-of-care systems to the market. So we will help them to perform correct and accurate diagnosis as quickly as possible with the patient present.
And how do you view the market potential in distributed testing?
Well, as I tried to explain during my presentation, during the COVID pandemic, we have seen an increased awareness about the benefits of point-of-care testing. However, today many of the tests are only performed at hospital labs, but they are still required by the physicians in the primary care. So we want to become a strong player in the distributed testing. So therefore we have instructed our technological partner, TTP, to develop a universal cartridge so we can then get a significant position in this rapidly increasing market.
And could you tell us a bit more about the possibility to measure multiple biomarkers?
Yeah, multiplex is now something that is asked for by many of our customers. And therefore, again, together with our technological partner, we are looking in to see the potential to also include multiplex on our Microflex platform. However, on the Cyrus point-of-care technology, we know it's already capable of performing multiplex. So obviously, that even strengthens our perception of Cyrus Diagnostics being a truly pioneering company.
Interesting, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And for our next presentation, we are joined by Promore Pharma and CEO Jonas Ekblom. Welcome, Jonas.
Thank you very much. So Promore Pharma is a small biopharmaceutical company. We have the vision to create new treatment modalities for chronic wounds and for scars. We have 2 human peptides under development. It's the peptide ensereptide that is aimed for prevention of skin scarring, and it's ropocamptide, a peptide that we're developing for treatment of venous leg ulcers, which is the most common type of non-healing leg wounds. Our drugs are therapeutic peptides. These are endogenous molecules that have multiple functions. We synthesize or produce our peptides with organic solid phase synthesis. These peptides are aimed for local administration. That means that our treatments are very safe. It's a small amount of pharmaceutical agent that we apply in the tissue where they're supposed to exert their actions. And today, on the traditional pharmaceutical markets, peptides account for approximately 12–13% of all existing prescription pharmaceuticals. I'm going to talk a few words about each of these programs, about the market potential and our current status, and I will start with the skin scarring program on ensereptide. So today, skin scarring accounts for a marketplace that makes up approximately $25 billion in annual sales. So these are products for prevention and treatment of scars. This includes products that are sold over the counter, and it also includes certain technologies such as laser instruments. This marketplace is growing very rapidly. We're talking 9, 10, 11%, and it's forecasted that this market will continue to grow at this high rate for the next 5–6 years. What drives this market is the increased use of surgery in the world. Each year there's approximately 300 million surgical procedures done. We estimate that at least 10% of these surgical procedures result in scars that are long-term or permanent on areas of the body where you do not want to have a scar, such as the face, neck, chest, and arms. There's also an increased patient awareness and willingness to pay to avoid scars, and the overall market growth has been, over the last few years, driven by new technologies such as laser instrumentation. We deem that there are at least 30 million surgical procedures that would be applicable for treatment with ensereptide, so this would entail an addressable market of in the order of $10 billion American dollars annually. So there's a huge market potential for our product candidate. Scars are formed by 2 principal biological mechanisms. It's on the one hand an increased inflammatory response in the wound, and on the other hand a reduced fibrinolytic capacity. Fibrinolysis is the body's way to remove excess material and waste byproducts that are produced during the wound healing. And these 2 underlying mechanisms for scar formation, they are similar irrespective of where in the body the scar occurs, whether it's on the skin or there's in a tissue, for instance, an injured tendon. The clinical manifestations, they could differ. On the skin, it could become a bulky, anesthetic scar. When it happens in the tissue, it could result in unfavorable tissue adhesions, for instance. The interesting thing with ensereptide, our active pharmaceutical ingredient, is that it has 2 principal mechanisms of action. It is anti-inflammatory, so it prevents the unfavorable inflammation that occurs in scarring, and it's pro-fibrinolytic, so it increases the fibrinolysis in the tissue. Our product concept involves pre-filled syringes that are sterile, and we have a viscous carrier that consists of hyaluronic acid, HA. And this is intended as one single dosing event, so at one single time, in conjunction with the surgery, the product is applied. So this further increases the safety of this treatment modality. We are right now conducting a phase 2 clinical study, PHSU05. This is a clinical trial involving approximately 24 patients. And in our case, these are healthy volunteers. These patients, they make a total of 7 clinical visits. And on visit 2, these patients obtain each one 6 synthetic wounds. These wounds are created on the upper arms, and these wounds are randomized to be treated with either placebo or with the active agent. And the neat thing about this setup is that each patient can be used as their own control, and this is valuable because there's actually quite substantial inter-individual variability between people in the propensity to build scar. Then after this visit, when the patients receive their wounds and get their single treatment, the patients are followed for 3 months. And at the 12-week visit, which is the last live visit, the patients come in and we take biopsies from these wounds. And then there's a follow-up visit, but that is done as a phone call, and that is a safety follow-up call. Started the enrollment to this study in February this year, so we're right now in the enrollment phase of the trial. I'll say a few words about the overall time plan. We intend to conclude the inclusion period of this study now in March, and if we succeed with that, we should have the last patient last visit sometime in the middle of the year, in the summer. And after that starts what will be the most work-intense period of this clinical study, namely the histopathological assessment of the biopsies we have taken. And I should say that during this entire time, all samples and all patients will be blinded, so we will not know to what extent ensereptide is effective versus placebo. We intend to make communications to the market on 3 occasions from here on out. We intend to announce when we have completed the inclusion period, in other words, when the last patient has been enrolled into the study. We intend to communicate when we've had the last patient last visit in the study. And of course, we intend to communicate once we have data from the study, and that will be towards the very end of the year, the beginning of 2023. And again, it's the histopathological assessment that is done during the fall that will be the pacer for this study. So short about ensereptide and the path forward the next 12 months. Of course, the most important operative involvement we have is the conclusion of the PHSU05 clinical trial that will be completed by the very end of this year, beginning of next year. And in parallel, we're also assessing what will be the optimal further development path in this program. And as you can imagine, it will be very important to have these results to understand what the next steps of development may entail. So a few words about the other program, the ropocamptide program that is aimed for treatment of chronic wounds. Every 30 minutes, every half an hour, a person in the world loses a limb due to a landmine, which of course is a huge human tragedy. But to put chronic wounds in perspective, every 30 seconds a person loses a limb due to a chronic wound. And chronic wounds are typically defined as wounds that have not shown signs of healing or regressing within 6 weeks. Many patients have these wounds for years or even decades. For the patient, this involves pain, bad odor, reduced mobility, but it also involves a risk for severe infections that can result in amputations or even death. And the standard care for venous leg ulcers, the type of wounds we are addressing, is compression bandaging, where a patient typically comes to a primary care facility 2 or 3 times per week, or is visited in the home by a nurse that applies these bandages. The chronic wound market is estimated at approximately $20 billion in products for wound treatment and wound care. The largest segment here are the so-called moist dressings. This marketplace is growing with approximately 6% annually and will continue to do so over the next few years. What drives this market is an increase in the age population. There is an increased burden that is a consequence of that, of chronic disease, such as obesity and diabetes. And there is an increased recognition from health authorities and from reimbursing authorities and insurance companies for new products that ultimately yield more wound-free time. We estimate that there is at least 1 million patients on the traditional pharmaceutical markets that have a large venous leg ulcers. This is the type of target patient group that we are aiming at, and that in turn would translate into an addressable market of in the order of $3 billion annually. Our product, ropocamptide, is a naturally occurring peptide, so you naturally have it in the skin, for instance. It's antimicrobial, it's angiogenic, meaning that it stimulates the formation of blood vessels in the dermis. It stimulates the migration of keratinocytes, cells that are important to close an open wound. In an acute wound, there are quite high levels of endogenous LL37 available, but in chronic wounds, this peptide is lacking, so we see this as a replacement therapy. And we add this peptide in conjunction with the regular dressing change these patients go through, so these patients don't need to be hospitalized, for instance, to be treated with our drug. We concluded a quite ambitious phase 2 clinical study about a year ago, the HEAL LL37 study. This was a phase 2b study where patients were treated in 3 groups. Patients were treated either with placebo or 2 doses of ropocamptide. Patients were treated for 3 months, and then we had a 4-month follow-up period. And this long follow-up period you have in a protocol like this to ensure that if a wound is healed, that it does not reoccur shortly after end of treatment. The most significant or important finding that we had in this study was that patients with large wounds, and this is typically defined as patients that have a wound of a size of 10 square centimeters or larger, had a very notable response to our study drug. So we saw that we had a 3-fold increase in the number of completely healed wounds on the optimal dose of ropocamptide versus placebo. So ROP-LD stands for ropocamptide low dose, and ROP-HD stands for ropocamptide high dose. And we saw generally a very strong, good response with the lowest dose of ropocamptide, and this corresponds actually to a finding that we saw in a prior clinical study. We had, for instance, a very notable effect on the frequency of patients that had a 70% closure of their wounds, and we saw a nearly 5-fold increase in wound healing rate in those patients that received the low dose of ropocamptide. So that would be the dose, that would be the recommended dose for a future phase 3 study. Also, the safety was very good in this study. We had no significant difference between the various treatment arms in this study. We can see here, for instance, that at the end of the study, actually, the placebo group had a slightly higher number of local reactions than the 2 study drug arms. And also here in the graph at the right, we see that the very vast majority of adverse events that were reported were considered to not be related to the study drug. So in summary, we had a very, very strong safety and tolerability. In this program, we are working right now to improve our product formulation. In the clinical trial that we concluded, we had a product that consisted of 2 syringes which needed to be combined, blended before each application. This is feasible or doable in a clinical trial setting, but in the commercial setting, we know that we need to have a product that is simpler for the patient or the physician to use. So right now we're creating a single component product, and we aim to have preliminary data from this development in the second half of this year. In parallel, we're also taking steps for future development, so we're manufacturing some of the key materials for future clinical trials, and we're doing right now an assessment on how a phase 3 clinical study setup could be, including ways for us to finance such a study. So, in short, we are a company that are addressing 2 significant medical needs where there today are no prescription pharmaceuticals. We are addressing large markets that actually have a very high growth rate, 2 to 3 times higher than what you see in the average pharma sector. We are working with a technology that is validated. We have done several clinical studies, and we have several patent families that protect this technology in both of our programs. We have an extremely high safety profile because these are locally administered drugs. And we actually have a very strong opportunity to grow the number of clinical applications for these drugs in the future. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope you will continue to follow Promore Pharma and perhaps include us in your investment portfolio. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the presentation. Just have a couple of follow-up questions. You mentioned here that there are no pharmaceutical products in your indications. Why is that?
Well, that is a very good question, and I think I don't have a perfect answer to it, but I have some ideas. One is it's actually quite complex area of biology. It's an intersection of endocrinology, dermatology, cell biology. So it's difficult to create solutions. There is no physician's specialty in this area. These are generally dermatologists, but you don't have a medical specialty in wound care. And thirdly, these are patients that traditionally have not had a very strong voice. There are no strong patient organizations, for instance, driving awareness. But perhaps more important than anything is that you don't have any effective products. I think this will all change the moment an effective drug hits the market that can be used to treat these conditions.
And if we look at the wider indications, how do you view your candidate's potential beyond these two primary indications that you spoke about?
I think they're very strong. So if we take the skin scarring project, that product could in principle be used to treat any type of scarring. We have, for instance, previously looked at the type of scarring that occurs when you injure, let's say, a tendon in a finger, because there you have scarring that causes restrictions in mobility. We're absolutely sure that it can be used for that. It could be used in spinal surgery or other type of surgical procedures. And with regards to ropocamptide, we're working with venous leg ulcers because that's the largest type of chronic wounds in the Western Hemisphere, but you have other common types of chronic wounds such as diabetic foot ulcers and pressure ulcers.
Well, and with that, we say thank you, Jonas, for coming and telling us more about your company.
Thank you very much.
And for the next presentation, we are joined by Respiratorius and CEO Johan Drott. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you very much. I will then jump directly into the presentation, talking about Respiratorius, as was founded in 1999 as a research spin-out from Lund University. The initial aim was to develop new effective candidate drugs for the treatment of respiratory diseases, such as COPD and severe asthma, which was then a therapeutic area lacking of effective drugs. In 2012, Respiratorius acquired the company Valcuria AB, and by means it got the access or the rights to the oncology asset VL-001, which has since then been developed through early stage clinical studies and with very positive results, and is now being prepared for a phase 3 study. Within the respiratory disease area, we have now a candidate drug, RCD-405, which is being prepared for a phase 1 study. Just briefly about the business model of Respiratorius. We are focusing on preclinical assets and develop them through early stage clinical development, and looking for partners, strategic partners throughout the development, to who can finance and take over the asset through the late stage clinical development and commercialization. Going directly to VL-001, which is a dedicated formulation of valproate for the treatment of the most common type of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Valproate is a approved and well-tolerated drug and a broad HDAC inhibitor and a sensitizer for cytotoxic chemotherapy through remodeling and decondensation of the chromatin. It also has effect on the gene expression and cell cycle. And furthermore, which we have documented in our phase 1 study, it has increases the expression of CD20, which is the target for rituximab. As I said, it is a well-known drug and has been used since the 60s to treat epilepsy patients. And since it has a well-known safety profile, which significantly reduces the development risk. Our phase 1/2a study resulted in very strong results. We have a 1 year overall survival of 100% and 2 year overall survival of 96.8%. Valproate was then in the studies given as a pre-treatment to the standard chemotherapy, or R-CHOP, which is the first-line therapy for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and in most cases given as the first-line therapy. For comparison with the standard chemotherapy, we used a matched pair analysis from the Swedish Lymphoma Registry, showing that we have a more than 10 percent points increase of overall survival. And also with another statistical analysis showing that we have an 80% reduction of risk of mortality. EMA, we had a scientific advice meeting with EMA, and they confirmed that Respiratorius may move directly to a single pivotal phase 3 study for marketing approval. With the current data, and also as we are progressing and we have a new formulation of valproate, the data needs to be complemented by pharmacokinetics results of the new formulation. The PK study, which has been initiated, the pharmacokinetic study, is of the new dedicated formulation of sodium valproate, which is a combination of immediate and extended release pellets in a gelatin capsule. And the pharmacokinetic study is a phase 1 study in healthy study subjects to document the release profile of VL-001. The dosing of the first set of study subjects has been performed, and we expect preliminary results within this quarter, which means that by the end of this month. And we expect to complete the study or close out of the study during Q2 this year. And the new formulation has a distinct release profile and differentiating from available valproate containing drugs, which is important for the pricing of the new drug. Just a brief word on recently emerging data on Polivy, which is a drug from Roche in diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. It is a phase 3 study, which is then given as the first-line therapy. And the phase 3 study has a control group of the standard chemotherapy. The important or interesting results is the primary endpoint, which is progression-free survival. And their study showed a progression-free survival of 76.7%. Compared to the control group with a progression-free survival of 70.2%. The results from the Valfrid study, which is the phase 1/2a study of Respiratorius, we had a more than 84% progression-free survival. And also interesting to see that the hazard ratio of the Polarix study is 73%, while we had 80%. And they didn't show any difference in overall survival, where we had a more than 10% points increase in overall survival. So I think the strength of our results with VL-001 really shows in this study. Next slide. The value-enhancing milestones of VL-001 during 2021 and 2022 is that we have a phase 3 study design confirmed by EMA, and we are currently discussing and considering whether we should have scientific advice also with FDA. And the reason for having that is, and the question is, if it would add further value to the project in terms of the out-licensing discussions. We have performed a prototype selection, and we have produced VL-001 for the pharmacokinetic study. And we have started the pharmacokinetic study with the preliminary results expected within a month and close out during Q2. We are working on the patent approvals intensely, I would say, and we are still anticipating a approval for the patent on the new formulation. And since before, we have also granted patents for the overall concept of using valproate in combination with a chemotherapy. Moving forward to RCD-405. Which is our lead candidate for a new treatment of COPD. As I said before, when Respiratorius, the inception of Respiratorius, there was a lack of effective new treatments for COPD, and 20 years later, it's still the fact. And all available therapies, current available therapies, are only to treat the symptoms and not the disease. And as you can see in the quote, there is a lack of novel bronchodilators based on a new mechanism that can be combined with current therapies. RCD-405 is targeting a new mechanism of action for bronchodilation. It is a new chemical entity outside of previous patent substance series, and it has a documented anti-inflammatory and bronchodilatory properties. The physiochemical properties of RCD-405 is optimal for inhalation formulation, And we also have documented it has a low bioavailability after inhalation and oral administration. And the milestones accomplished so far with RCD405, advancing it towards a first in man in human studies, is the initial safety studies performed in vitro that we have no critical findings. We have documented ex vivo and in vitro pharmacology, and we have positive results from a efficacy study using lung tissue from different species, including humans. And we have also documented the multifunctional properties of RCD405 in terms of anti-inflammatory properties. We have a production process established, and we have also the initial fundamental results from the formulation activities demonstrating that RCD405 is a well-behaved substance optimized for optimal for inhaled formulation. The value-enhancing milestones for during 2021 and 2022 is for the progressing the project towards a phase 1 study, is that we have reported and concluded ex vivo efficacy studies in different species. Ongoing is that we have initiated the complete toxicology studies, which will be performed by inhalation in animals. And ongoing is also additional clarifying mode of action studies, as well as ongoing is the optimal formulation for inhalation, which is being performed in a collaboration with Econovo. And when we have results both from the toxicology study as well as the formulation studies, we will initiate the GMP production of RCD405 for the clinical studies. We have achieved a granted patent, European patent for RCD405, and we anticipate furthermore approvals going forward. Last but not least is the announcement of a right issue and a spin-out within Respiratorius. Just briefly about the transaction. First of all, we have a right issue of 45 million Swedish crowns, which is the first step. And the second step then is a spin-out of RCD and the other respiratory substances dedicated for COPD and severe asthma. And the spin-out will be to the shareholders in Respiratorius, and the spin-out will be a new entity listed on the Spotlight stock market. Going further in detail, the right issue is 100% guaranteed by subscriptions and guarantee commitments. The size is then 45 million Swedish crowns, and the price per share is 0.57 Swedish crowns. The timeline for the subscription is start by 18th of March, and close of the subscription period is 1st of April. Use of proceeds will be 25 million Swedish crowns, will be allocated to RCD405 and the other COPD projects as preparation for phase 1 studies and related regulatory activities. 10 million Swedish crowns will be allocated to VL001 for clinical and regulatory activities, but mostly for business development, as this is what we are focusing on VL001. And furthermore, 3 million will be allocated to intellectual property and working capital requirements for the company. The spin-out, the asset will be all assets related to COPD and asthma, which means RCD405 and the other RESP projects, including RESP 3000, since it's so tightly bound to the RESP 2000 project. The asset will also include 25 million Swedish crowns, and the expected share ratio for the spin-out is 1 to 5. And we anticipate to close the spin-out by Q2 this year. And the rationale behind the spin-out is that we have completely different, two projects in completely different stages. VL001 ready for licensing and with limited capital requirement going forward, while RCD405 have several studies required and higher capital requirements. The split avoids using capital from one project to another, and the split also creates a transparency for the shareholders and the issues by means of that. And a spin-out can better highlight the potential value of RCD405. Ending my presentation is the important information and the disclaimer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation, Johan. It was very interesting. I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
So with this increased focus on getting a deal for VL001, what should the shareholders, or what could the shareholders expect from that project going forward?
Going forward, I think it is clearly that we anticipate that the pharmacokinetic study will be the end of development activities, and we will focus solely on finding a partner for that project going forward. That's what can be anticipated for the shareholders. When a deal will be in place, it's very hard to say, but we will focus on this going forward after the closure of the pharmacokinetic study.
But are there ongoing discussions now, or you can't say anything about that either?
We have, since we started the exit process, so to speak, which was done in a very early stage, we have had interest for the project. There are several companies that are interested, but as we have focused on the pharmacokinetic studies, we haven't focused very much on the exit process, as I think it's clearly that when we have a clinical study, which is very important for the project, I think the interest is to see the results from the PK study.
And then finally, looking at the COPD project that you've explained here will be spun out and then distributed to the shareholders. What will this mean for the project? You did talk a little bit about it, but if you could elaborate a bit.
I think it's the stage is right now. I think the results that we have shown is that we have a very strong project, a very interesting project, and I think the timing is right. So we can that entity can focus solely on the RCD405 project, and we have ideas on the management, but nothing is on paper yet. But it's going forward, at least.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing more about it during the year then. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And for our next presentation, we are joined by Face Holographic Imaging and CEO Peter Egelberg. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Cecilia. Yes, my name is Peter Egelberg, and besides being the CEO of Face Holographic Imaging, I'm also its founder. Today, I'm going to talk about empowering medical research, and you may ask yourself, what does this mean? And I will try to explain this today for you. First, I would like to talk about our product, which is called HoloMonitor. And it is called HoloMonitor because it actually uses something called holographic microscopy. Holographic microscopy is a little bit different than traditional microscopy in that it collects the light from the object and creates the image with computer algorithms. This gives several advantages, especially in the area which we are active in, and that is non-invasive cell analysis. And why is this interesting? It is interesting because pharmaceuticals are developed by using either animal, testing animals, or by using cell cultures. Conventional methods that are used to analyze cells actually are invasive and may even kill or destroy the cells. Our method is then completely non-invasive and allows researchers to study the cells without harming or in any way influencing the cells. Cells are cultured in what is called an incubator, and you see the incubator here. In this cell laboratory, HoloMonitor records time-lapse movies from within a cell incubator. What you see here on the screen here is our instrument, HoloMonitor, within the incubator. And what you see on this motorized stage are 3 cell cultures, each in a petri dish. What HoloMonitor does is that it moves from cell culture to cell culture and records images. These images are then put together to create a time-lapse movie of the cells. And this here on the bottom right here is a typical time-lapse movie that HoloMonitor records. And what you see are cells that are dividing and interacting at the same time as they are moving about within the cell culture vessel. And you can actually see when a cell is about to divide. It curls up and becomes more purple before it actually divides and split into 2. And what you also can see, which is interesting, that when cells reach out, you can see these arms, they reach out to each other. Then they actually start talking to each other. And that's a signal, in many cases, for the cells to start dividing. Now this type of information, especially the cell division rate, is of course interesting for cancer researchers. A tumor is cell growth out of control. And they want to quantify whether cells are increasingly dividing or decreasing. A cancer drug, should of course decrease the amount of cell division. As you also can probably appreciate is that the cells, or these time-lapse images, create an enormous amount of data. And our proprietary software extracts this data in a user-friendly way and presents it for the user. So data analysis is key for this product. And I'm going to talk about data analysis a little bit more later on in this presentation, but for a completely different purpose. Jointly, our over 200 customers have published over 200 scientific publications based on data collected by HoloMonitor. Our most notable customers are Bayer, the German company, Novo Nordisk, Harvard, and Stanford University, together with National Institutes of Health in the United States. Now, so how large is the market for this? It's actually surprisingly large. We have estimated that there are at least 100,000 eligible customers or cell culture laboratories worldwide. A Hollow monitor unit sells for somewhere between 25,000 euros up to 50,000 euros. Customers are both within academia and the pharmaceutical industry. Originally, we started mostly selling towards academia, but now increasingly we are selling towards pharmaceutical or biotech companies, especially in the United States. It has been a surprise to us how many of these companies are, and it's within many of these companies work with stem cells and other types of products associated with stem cells. Now, how do we address this market? That is what I would like to talk about during my next slide. Now, I talked about data analysis, and digital marketing has the ability to actually predict future sales with a precision that has not previously been possible with traditional marketing. In our business, traditional marketing means selling your equipment or your instrumentation through distributors. That's how it's been done in the past and all the way up to the pandemic. The traditional way of marketing products within our business is to do this through distributors. And that has been the case all the way up to the pandemic. However, during the pandemic, the business has gone into radical change. And this is because we as individuals have gotten used to video communication in a completely different way than we were before the pandemic. So this has allowed us to switch or shift completely to online sales and marketing. And with online sales and marketing, if you do it right, it is possible to actually predict future sales with a precision that was not really possible previously with traditional marketing involving trade shows and customer visits to a much larger extent that is actually necessary in the post-pandemic world. Now, before I go into that to more detail, I would like to talk about our current sales and how they have developed over the past year or so. On the graph here, you see a decline in our sales, and this was actually during the height of the pandemic. We were affected by the pandemic as many other businesses. What happened in our case was simply that all cell laboratories closed and the customers stayed home. However, after the pandemic and during the past 4 months, or 4 quarters, sorry, we have seen a very nice development in our sales. And this is thanks to our strategic shift to online sales and marketing. And the key to this is data analysis. In the 2 graphs you see here is a correlation between website activity and our actual sales. Now, our vision and goal when it comes to sales and marketing is to establish a correlation between how many users are active on our website and what we achieve in sales. As you can see here, over time, since we began seriously marketing through digital means, we have had a steady increase in the actual number of active visitors on our website. Now you can argue, because this is the cost here, that well, you're spending more. Yes, that is true. But if you look here during the past few months, or I should say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, we're actually paying less we're paying less per active user on our website. The cost is the same, but the number of active users or visitors has gone up. Now, the number of active visitors correlate with the number of customers' inquiries we are receiving. And this in turn correlates to our achieved sales, which again has improved very nicely during the past 4 quarters. Now, and finally, I would also like to a little bit more briefly explain what we intend to use the proceeds for. Our world is divided up into preclinical and clinical applications. Our current product addresses the preclinical market, and we would like, of course, to develop that, but we also would like to expand into clinical applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that very interesting presentation. I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you. The first one leading on directly from your end here. You mentioned that your aim is to diversify into clinical applications. Could you elaborate a bit on that area?
Yes, certainly. Our current product is used within drug development. And it's the drug that is the treatment, not the cells. The cells are only used to test the drug. However, there is a new field which has evolved during the past 20 years, which is showing great promise. Many of the large pharmaceutical companies are now investing heavily in this area. And this area is called regenerative medicine. The basic principle behind regenerative medicine is to extract cells from the patient, culture the cells in a petri dish, like I showed previously in my presentation, and then transform these cells before they are actually transplanted back to the patient. For example, to cure heart disease, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, whatever. But in all these cases, you need to have you need to transform the cells differently for different purposes. Now, there is an issue in this, that cell culturing is still a craft. It hasn't really changed. So as you see on the image here, cells are cultured manually. It's not an industrial process. And for these type of therapies to be cost effective, they're already used, but they're terribly expensive. So that everybody of us can enjoy these therapies in the future, costs must come down, and the whole process of creating these therapies must be industrialized. And there is where we see our role. Our equipment is perfectly suited to assess the quality of the cells in the process, in the industrial process. Because it's label-free, or it doesn't require any reagents. And it's absolute no-no to add reagents to the cells, because the cells are going to be transplanted back to the patient. So it needs to be without any additives whatsoever when you are transforming and processing these cells. So there is where we see our ability and our capacity or possibility to expand into clinical applications.
And then my final question would be to ask you what you say are your strongest cards in increasing the market shares.
I've been speaking about data analysis, and our strength is really that we can apply the data analysis we provide to our customers and our expertise in that field. We can apply that to sales and marketing as well. It's the same type of data analysis, just the data that is different. So we see that that is an enormous strength for us.
Well, thank you so much, Peter, for coming here and telling us about your company.
Okay, thank you.
Next up we have Emplicure, and here to present the company is CEO Torbjörn Larsson. Welcome, Torbjörn.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Well, let's start with some legal reading here. And since I know you're all fast readers and we're on the clock, we're moving on. We are an innovative pharmaceutical and consumer product development company, and we develop products on our proprietary bioceramic platforms where we combine molecules which are existing and proven. We are targeting product categories with multi-billion-dollar value, and we're targeting segments which are growing and where we can make a difference with our products. Emplicure was founded by innovators and inventors coming from the life sciences and the material sciences. And Emplicure was listed on First North last year. So what do we do? Well, one of the absolute key strengths of the company is that we can tailor the release profile of the product. We do that through our platforms, and the platforms I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. The platform set that we combined bioceramics, we combined the substance where it's an API for a pharmaceutical or another substance. And we use also excipients or bulk material to create the right formulation. Then we add a liquid, whether it be water or something else. Everything is mixed homogeneously. It's cured in the low temperature, barely above room temperature, to create these functions. So if you go into this body and look a little bit more deep into it, we can see the material is porous. And depending upon which bioceramic we have been using, which excipient, and which liquid, we can design and tailor the size of the pores, whether they be small, large, how many or how few in the material. And we can also coat and line the inner walls of the pores to create different release settings. And the beauty of this is that some drugs, products, medicines, you want to have an immediate release, high peak right away, and then it dies. We can create long extended releases, a couple hours, up to weeks. We can do this even by having the pH as a trigger. Let's say you have something that you swallow, the substance is supposed to go active in a certain place in your stomach. By the pH, we can do that. The materials we use are biocompatible and they are safe. And looking at the manufacturing, it's a cost-effective and easy scalable manufacturing. I talked about platforms. So today we have developed 3 platforms, one for oral use, one for transdermal, and one for inhalation use. And we use these platforms for the pharmaceutical products and also for the consumer products. The pharmaceutical products are being developed in Emplicure, and the consumer products are being developed in the subsidiary Medicon. And as you can see on the screen, there's a number of projects going on all these platforms. And today, we're going to focus on the 2 highlighted ones, Empli-03 and Emp-01. Just to give you some background data, excuse me. During the 1990s in the US, doctors, pharmaceutical companies pushed the opioids and started prescribing more and more opioids, and with data that they were non-addictive or very low activity for the user. However, today we know much more. They were highly addictive. So today there is an opioid epidemic in the US. It is so big that the American FDA, the authorities, are encouraging companies to bring on new products with properties that can mitigate the risk of misusing these opioid products. Just to give you some numbers, in 2020 in the US, more than 9 million people were misusing prescribed painkillers. not using, misusing. That's almost like everyone in Sweden would be misusing them. Some other background. Last year, this was big news in the US. 100,000 dead in drug overdose 1 year. Looking at that from a Swedish perspective, that's like wiping out Södertälje, Gävle or Halmstad. Whole smaller city gone. And if you look at it, we can also see that opioids increased with almost 30% in that year. So this is huge. It's a big problem. And on the dark side of these numbers, is also that every fourth, 1 out of 4 dead would be a child or teenager. So this is the gateway to heavy drug abuse. The global population, we're getting older, we have an aging population. We're setting higher standards for what we call quality of life. So in this comes with more for the humanity problems and pains. So one part of the big pain segment is what's called chronic pain. It's a huge part. Looking at that, you see 20% of the US population is affected by chronic pain. So what is chronic pain? Well, chronic pain is defined as a pain that lasts 3 months or longer. And if you calculate those 20% of the US population, that equals to around 67 million people having chronic pain over some time. But it's not only a US problem. I mean, as I said, the global population is aging, so this comes all over. So looking at just a few years from now, the estimation is that the market for opioids used for only chronic pain, that segment is about to be above $5 billion US dollars. But only less than 1.5 have these ADF properties that can mitigate the misuse or the abuse of the product. Let me introduce you to Empli-03. Emplicure is targeting chronic pain, and we do that with unique properties. Here's a picture of the Empli-03, the candidate we're developing. You might say, well, looks like an oral tablet, around 8 mils size. What's so unique with that? It's a white one. I will present that. It's actually in the inside. The release profile, one of our absolute strengths, is one of the key features for this product. You see a curve here. It's going up pretty steep the first half hour. So it has an immediate release to take the edge off the pain for the patient. After that, you have the extremely nice extended curve with a lower dose, very even distributed over time for a couple hours. I even put a flat line on it. So you can see it is super well designed. That's the first thing, how the substance comes out. The second key feature of this product is actually these. You remember I was talking about the FDA, the ADF properties, anti-deterrent formulations. What can we do to mitigate that these types of products are misused? The normal types these products would be misused would be you crush the pill, you snort it. If it's a patch, you roll it and you smoke it. Or you try to dissolve the pill in different kinds of liquids or dissolvents. You don't. Put a cross over that. So we have a product which is much more safe. I would make an analogy. Let's say the tablet would be a car. Today there are no cars sold without seat belts, airbags. Cars still go into accidents, but for the driver of the car, the patients, or the passengers, I would say, it creates security and safety, better chance of making it. We do the same on the opioids. We put a seat belt or an airbag into the opioid to make them as safe as possible. Everything can be misused, but we make them so difficult to use, so it should not be worth the effort of trying to do it. Emplicon, consumer products. Let's move over. We're on the clock here. I'm going to talk about AMP-01, which is exactly what you see on the picture. And if you don't really see what it is, so AMP-01 is a tobacco-free, dry, oral nicotine pouch. Here we're using the same bioceramic platforms, the oral one, where we can control the release profile. To control, to tailor, to design the product according to how the user and want to have it. So you can have a release profile of nicotine in this case, where it can be tailored according to the different differences that are required. And this is a huge market, and it's growing. And it's growing because more and more people are going away from tobacco. Going away from tobacco, but also trying to stay away from what's heated or inhaled. So the market segment for this is big. So in just a few years, we're coming into a market size of almost 11 billion US. And in the total nicotine size market, it's growing with more than 50% compound per year. Just to give you an overview of that. Emplicure, the chronic pain candidate. We're going into clinical trial. We have now going into the clinical documentation phase. There are tons of steps to be taken. Some of them are sequential, as you see. Some of them are concurrent and parallel. I'm not going to describe them all because that would take too much time. But we have had discussions with the Swedish MPA, and after the clinical trial, we're going to also go into the regulatory discussions with the FDA about the route forward. In terms of the AMP-01, we're developing it from what we did last year was a lot of focusing on the formulation of it and setting up external partners and expertise outside Emplicon. And today we are working on the actual release profile and finalizing the proof of concept and also product identity to be able to, together with partners, go into the pre-launch, the test launch, and with marketing and sales activities. However, developing good, innovative products, we still need to be able to capitalize on it. And that's even more important if you're going to make partnerships or license deals on it. The ones on the other side of the deal, the table, want to know what they're getting for their money and want to feel secure in the deal. And I can say Emplicure Group, we have a solid IP for what we do. Today we have 53 patents, over 7 patent families. And this is also important because we have a pipeline that's growing, and that also needs to be covered by the IP we're using. So here you see the two pictures of the current projects we discussed. Very quick update. Who owns the company? Well, as I said, we're on the stock exchange, and these are the 10 largest owners. And the top 3 from the top are also the 3 founders of the company who still own more than 40% of the shares. We have an extensive experience in the board, and actually the 2 ones on the left, Thomas and Håkan, are 2 of the founders, and they're still active in the company. Last year we put together a new management team, so we are ready to move forward with the company. So my last slide would be, I would give you a couple of reasons why I think this is a good investment. We are well positioned for licensing deals and in growing markets in multi-billion-dollar segments. We have a project portfolio which is backed by solid IP and in key markets. The platforms we use have evident advantages for what they're supposed to do. And finally, I would say that the business model we also use, taking projects to income and doing that so with less risk, less cost, makes us a unique and attractive partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Torbjörn.
Thank you, Michael.
That's very interesting. Well, I wanted to ask you, what is the competitive landscape for Emplicure regarding your products?
Well, as you saw on the slides, there are huge markets. There are a lot of competitors, but if you're looking at what we bring to the table, the release profile and the ADF properties in combination, I would say there is not so much actually. If you look at what's out in terms of ADF, it's very limited. So we have a strong position to enter these markets.
You also mentioned partnerships. What are some of the challenges regarding partnering with other companies when it comes to dealing with the opioid treatment? If you could speak a little bit about that.
Head on the nail. Well, opioids, as strong as they are also covered by a lot of regulations. And in the current world we're living in, you don't want to be shipping narcotics or opioids all over because it takes a lot of authorities, restrictions and improvements to be able to ship it. So when we chose the partner to the clinical trial, which is Quodian Sciences from the UK, we chose a partner that both will do the manufacturing for the clinical trial and also the actual trial itself to avoid shipping material too much across borders, but also because they're good at what they do. And but that was a challenge to find someone who's actually good enough, but still work with opioids.
And finally, what is your? Are you optimistic about solving this pandemic, this epidemic, I should say?
I think I would be putting myself too strong if I said we would be solving it.
Sure.
But we would surely, I was going to say something, we would definitely have some means to make it better. Because as I said, putting a seatbelt on a car, putting a seatbelt on an opioid, and preferably that would be the golden standard. There shouldn't be any opioids without seatbelts. So we would do whatever we can from our side to mitigate the increase of it.
Well, thank you so much for answering the questions, and thank you for your interesting presentation, and we wish you all the best with your upcoming work.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me here. Appreciate it.
Next presenting company is Targinta, and with us we have CEO Per Norlén. Welcome.
Thank you. So Targinta is an oncology biotech company. We develop tumor targeting antibodies and ADCs for treatment of aggressive cancer. Targinta was founded on the discovery of a novel cancer target. And based on this, we have built a pipeline of first-in-class products. And based on that, we are now taking the company to public listing. So let me introduce you to Targinta. Targinta is today a subsidiary of the stem cell company Xintela. Xintela has taken the decision to spin off Targinta as an independent and self-financed company. And that will happen as soon as possible. And then after that we will take Targinta to public listing on First North Growth Market. So what's special about Targinta? Targinta is differentiated from most other companies by the in-house discovery of a novel cancer target, integrin alpha-10 beta-1. This cancer target is the basis for our pipeline, and the fact that it was discovered in-house has allowed us to generate an exceptional patent protection. We have protection for the products, of course, but also for the target, and we can prevent any other competitors to develop anti-integrin alpha-10 antibodies for treatment of cancer for the next 20 years or so. So we have two products. We have, including these, an ADC. An ADC is a conjugated antibody, and as you know, this is a very hot area that has grown tremendously over the last few years. That has mainly to do with major technology advancements, and as a result, a number of major approvals for potential blockbuster ADCs over the last few years. The business model for Targinta, it's to out-license products early. Now we all know that's challenging. In order to be successful, you need either a unique target or a unique technology. Also, you need to be well positioned in a very hot market. Now Targinta check all those parameters. We have a novel target and we are really well positioned in the ADC area, which is becoming extremely hot. Also, in addition, we have a lot of experience from preclinical successful partnerships. In the board, we have Martin Deschateau, who founded and then struck a deal with BMS, a $500 million deal with his company Cormorant in 2016. Also myself, I have experience, and I was instrumental for the deal between Alligator and Johnson & Johnson. In 2015, it was a $700 million deal. And that again was on a preclinical antibody asset. Well positioned, but actually not having a unique target. So, Targinta, we have the target. And if we look at integrin alpha-10 beta-1, this is a member of the integrin receptor family. So what are integrins? These are receptors that allow cells in tissues to adhere to the surroundings, to attach to the surroundings. And this is really important for the well-being of cells in tissues. And that's reflected by a number of approvals of drugs targeting integrins. That's already on the market. Integrin alpha-10 beta-1 is specifically expressed on cancer cells, and it has a very important function, promoting cancer cell proliferation, migration, and survival. And of course, if you block these signals, there will be effects preventing tumors from growing and from spreading and from metastasizing. But what's also really important on the target is the extremely selective expression. There's high expression on certain aggressive cancers like triple-negative breast cancer and glioblastoma, whereas there's extremely low expression in normal tissue. You have one example here on the right-hand side. What you can see in green, this is surface expression of integrin alpha-10 beta-1 on glioblastoma cells. And you can see the strong expression compared to other cells. It's expressed on glioblastoma, but also on triple-negative breast cancer, and those are our initial lead indications. Triple-negative breast cancer. This is aggressive breast cancer that lacks receptors for most of the common treatments today. So there are basically no targets present on the cells that can be addressed by current treatments. They are negative for HER2, for estrogen, and for progesterone. And therefore, there's also really poor prognosis. 5-year survival in the range of 12%. It's also quite a large market. Around 300,000 patients every year get triple-negative breast cancer. And of course, as a result, it's a large market in terms of money. $2.1 billion are the sales in 2025 projection. You can see an image on the lower part, and that's a typical lobular and ductal expression of the cancer in triple-negative breast cancer, and in this case it's stained by integrin alpha-10 beta-1. On the right-hand side we have glioblastoma. It's even more aggressive. It's the most aggressive form and most common form of brain cancer, and the 5-year survival is extremely poor, around 3%. It is a smaller population, around 30,000 patients a year, but given the mortality, it's still a major market. And again, you can see the strong expression of integrin alpha-10 beta-1 in these cancers. And I should say that the target is expressed in other cancers, including pancreatic cancer, osteosarcoma, and melanoma. So our products. We have a pipeline, and the first product is Targ10. It's a function-blocking integrin alpha-10 antibody. We have selected a lead candidate. It was done in the autumn. And we are now preparing a preclinical data package to move this into preclinical development and towards the clinic. Almost in parallel, we are developing an ADC, a toxin-conjugated antibody. That's an antibody armed with an extremely powerful toxin. It's called TargXX, and that's because we haven't yet selected a lead, but in fact we will do so in the next few weeks. Let me start by addressing Targ10. Targ10 is a function-blocking anti-integrin alpha-10 antibody. And the effect is extremely selective on cancer cells expressing integrin alpha-10 on the surface. And the effect is to block proliferation and to block migration and tumor cell survival. And while doing so, we also get effect on tumor growth and on metastasis. We have demonstrated in vivo models that we can reduce tumor growth both in triple-negative breast cancer and in glioblastoma. On the right-hand side, you can see a beautiful example on a dramatic effect on tumor growth in glioblastoma. This is a mouse model, and if you start the tumor challenge, the gray line is the control antibody where the tumor take off and grow really quickly, and the blue line is a dramatically reduced tumor growth after treatment with an integrin alpha-10 antibody. In addition, we have now demonstrated that we can almost completely prevent metastasis using these antibodies. These data are not yet public and will be presented at the upcoming AACR meeting in April. So let's move to the conjugated antibody, TargXX. TargXX is an antibody-drug conjugate or an ADC. We have today generated the leads, and we are in the final stage of selecting the right lead. We spent the last few years in evaluating different toxins and different linkers, and in the end we have, with the help of the partner, come up with the new generation technologies and a really great product. The product induced extremely selective cell death in tumors expressing integrin alpha-10 on the surface. And you can see one example on the right-hand side. This is again an in vivo model where we treat the animals with integrin alpha-10 antibodies armed with a toxin. And as you can see on the right-hand side, there's strong induction of cell death when we treat with an integrin alpha-10 specific ADC, but no effect whatsoever on cell death if we have a similar toxin-carrying antibody but without targeting integrin alpha-10. We should remember that an ADC, it's an antibody that carries a toxin. So the antibody could be seen as a carrier, a device that allows us to take the toxin extremely specifically to its location where we want the effect. So as long as a toxin is bound to the antibody, it's inactive. And by that we can inject this construct into the circulation. It can travel through the body without making any damage. And once it binds to integrin alpha-10 beta-1 on cancer cells, it will be taken up and the toxin will be released specifically inside the cancer cell. And there it will kill the cell. So that's the new generation ADC technology. We have demonstrated also reduced tumor growth. We have shown that in glioblastoma, and we are now assessing a number of different tumor models, and will, based on this data, select a lead candidate before the end of Q1, which is within a few weeks. So let me summarize. We have a pipeline, and we have selected our first candidate, TARG-10. We've selected the lead, and we started preclinical development. And very soon we will also select a lead for our ADC, for our toxin conjugated antibody. Then we are now planning a spin-off of Targinta from the mother company, and that will be followed by a public listing on First North Growth Market. What will happen on the operations is that we will start manufacturing. We will initiate production of both these products, and that will be done in Q2. And that, of course, aims to generate material for future clinical trials that are set to take off in the second half of 2024. And to do so efficiently, we aim to find a partner in the preclinical stage in order to accelerate the products through clinical development and towards patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Who are your main competitors and how are you positioned in relation to them?
Yeah, so ADC area is a very hot area, and essentially most major pharmas are developing ADCs and are of course competitors, but we prefer to see them as potential partners. They are looking for what we have, unique cancer targets that they can get rights and prevent competition on. If we look at the more nearby in the Nordic countries, Targinta is actually one of the leading ADC companies. We have a competitor in Copenhagen, ADC Endo, and they develop a similar product towards a similar cancer target, and we are almost in parallel in development stage. So that would be the most close competitor.
And are you financed for the upcoming activities in 2022?
Targinta is a subsidiary to Xintela. So we are financed by Xintela. And of course, the spin-off is planned, and once Targinta is spun off, we will take it to public listing on First North. And given the requirements, we need 12 months of funding. We need to have a plan to have that in place before we start the listing. So all that will have to be communicated by Xintela, and they are at the steering wheel in this.
And as you're becoming an independent company, what does that mean for your organization and operations?
In a way, not much, because we're already acting as an independent company. We have our own facilities, our own operations, and there is complete separation of all activities. That said, we do collaborate, and we will continue to collaborate. For example, the CEO of Xintela, Evi Lundgren-Åkerlund, is CSO at Targinta, and we can use her scientific expertise at Targinta. And myself, I support Xintela with my medical expertise as a CMO or Chief Medical Officer at Xintela, and that will continue.
Interesting, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Next up in the program, we have Miris Holding, and here to present the company is CEO Camilla Sandberg. Welcome, Camilla.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here and to be able to take you through a little bit of the insights of Miris and what we're doing. So Miris is a company which was established in 2001, and we became public in 2006. Our headquarters is in Uppsala, and we're 10 people now, 10 employees. Our main focus is all around the Miris human milk analyzer, which is basically an instrument to analyze the nutritional content in breast milk. The instrument was launched in 2006 and has been a medical device in Europe since then. And we even achieved FDA registration by the end of 2018. And I can also just quickly mention that this is the only human milk analyzer which is available for clinical use in the world. We have about 400 instruments installed globally. We work on a global basis with all countries. Our key markets are neonatal intensive care units, milk banks, and also research centers. So, why do you need to analyze breast milk? There is a known fact that breast milk is the best nutrition for both full-term babies and also preterm babies. The challenge is that the concentration of nutrients in breast milk will vary quite a bit between mothers, but also for one mother. If the baby is full-term, this will kind of mimic the baby's needs, but when you're born prematurely, you have such a high need for nutrition that the breast milk will usually not have enough nutrition in it. That challenge will do is that you will have mostly undernutrition for the baby or even overnutrition, which again can have quite severe clinical effects for the baby. Now, many neonatal intensive care units will give standard fortification, so they know that the breast milk maybe has not enough nutrition, so they add extra nutrition to the milk, but they don't really know exactly how much nutrition is in the milk from the beginning. So again, you either have too little or too much. And so Miris' solution to this issue is basically that before you fortify the milk, you analyze it, which means that you will get exactly the concentration of protein, fat, and carbohydrates in the milk. And you can then easily calculate exactly how much you need to add to the milk for the baby to grow at the right pace. Not too slow and not too fast. And this will eliminate a lot of the possible challenges you can get. Now, this is done in Sweden as a standard of care in Swedish neonatal intensive care units, but not in the rest of the world. And so this is kind of Miris' mission to ensure that all NICUs all around the world are using this method of a target fortification to provide for their premature born babies. Here you can see our product portfolio. So it's all revolving around the instrument itself in the front here. Then we have two instruments for sample prep. It's a heater that heats up all the liquids that needs to go into the instrument. And then we have an ultrasonic processor, which is homogenizing the milk before you inject it into the instrument. We have 3 consumables. It's a calibration control, which basically is a QC test to see that the calibration of the instrument is good. So this is something you do every day you start the instrument. And we have a check solution and also a cleaning solution for the instrument. On top of this, we have, over the last years, developed different types of service agreements also to ensure that the customers have their the best service for their instruments. Now, I think it's important to explain a little bit about the lifetime of Miris. Since the company started in 2001, it actually started with an instrument for analysis of dairy milk, so a DMA, which was used in the field to measure nutritional content in dairy milk, basically. In 2006, when Miris launched the breast milk analyzer or human milk analyzer, it was based on a professor from Lund University who was working with premature babies and was very much interested in being able to look at the nutritional content. Before the Miris instrument, it was not possible to do that. You had to do chemical analysis, which is very cumbersome and not possible to put into a clinical setting, basically. So the company worked with both instruments for quite many years. In 2014, work started on updating the quality of the cuvette itself. And based on that work, it was possible for us then in the beginning of 2017 to start kind of a more process of commercializing the company in a little bit of a different way. So we have, over the last 5 years, worked really hard with understanding the market, building up the brand. So we are today seen as the experts when it comes to human milk analysis. We have a worldwide network. We have gone from selling instruments to actually becoming a real medtech company selling a clinical application, which is a big leap. We have optimized our product portfolio both to streamline it, to develop new consumables, and even to push the margins as much as we can to increase revenues. When we received the FDA approval end of 2018, first of all, it's the first instrument that has been approved in the US, and it opened up a very important market for Miris when it comes to commercializing the whole product line. And with the increased market knowledge, there is nobody above and nobody next to us in this field. And per today, we actually don't have any competitors. This can change, but today we don't have any competitors. So based on all this knowledge we have accomplished over the last 5 years, we last year launched kind of a next step, strategical steps that we wanted to take and which we have worked on since then. And this is based on all the knowledge we have gathered. We have come to the conclusion that we need to do a next generation of the instrument. The technology in the instrument today, it works, but it's quite old. And at some point, we need to expect to have competitors, and we need to have a technology that can compete with others of technologies that comes out today. In this update of next generation of an instrument, we even need to be able to build in a new business model. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. We want to broaden the product portfolio. So we have the instrument, the analysis itself. Next step would be most likely to look at how can we come into the area of doing the actual calculation. When you have your results from the instrument, how do you calculate in an easy way what to actually add to the milk to get the right target fortification? With becoming a medtech company, we need to follow all regulatory and quality rules and regulations. So we're updating with the ISO 13385 and also the technical files to follow all regulatory demands. And with all this, we need to strengthen our organization, obviously. Very quickly, a little bit about the business model, and this is quite important. Today we have a market size that we see as around 3 to 4 billion Swedish krona, and this is based on a 5-year cycle where the instrument itself is quite expensive, but then the consumables are low cost, so cost per analysis is quite low. This makes it a little bit harder to get into the hospitals because it's capital equipment. Budgeting takes up to 1 to 2 years to get the budget for the instrument. But then you have the instrument, the cost is really low, so that's good for the customer in a way. The problem for us is that we want more revenue on each customer to ensure that we have a bigger return. And this is something we want to build in with the next instrument, so that the instrument itself don't need to be so expensive. We want to focus on the revenue per analysis. So each analysis will have a higher cost for the customer. Now, this is quite a common way of building your business model when it comes to different types of analysis. So it's something that the hospitals are used to seeing, and it's more kind of for us to be able to build it in the next instrument so that we can grow in the right way. And sorry, this also means that our market size will almost triple when we are able to move into this new business model. All right, so just a little bit of where we are, where we're moving forward. What we're seeing, so as I said earlier, Sweden is the only country in the world where target fortification and analysis then is standard of care. And we're trying to convince the rest of the world of the same thing. And this is something that is not done in a year or 2 or 3. It's taking a long time, but at the same time, we see movement in the market. And it's great to see how the market is now starting to respond. Just as an example, now that we're back in the US on conferences, we can see the difference in how potential customers are approaching us, that everybody knows about the importance of nutrition now. So it's no more a need to convince people that nutrition is important for premature babies. Now it's more a matter of, how do I get it into my clinic? How does it work in the clinic? Because that's not easy when you don't have this process in the clinic from the beginning. But still, we see a lot of movement. For example, we sell more instruments. So about 10 clinical studies is ongoing at neonatal intensive care units in the US. And even if it takes a long time for the studies to be published, on the way, our customers, some of them have already started to talk about their results at conferences. And this is the best marketing we can get when our customers are really showing the results they're getting and that they're having positive results. In addition to that, we see a rippling effect in the market, especially in the US, that when you have one hospital in an area that implement our instrument, their neighbors will start talking to us and asking for quotes, etc. And again, it's peers talking to peers, which is also great marketing for us. So that means that our customers becomes our references, and it's not only potential customers that we reach out to that will ask for quotes. It's even potential customers that we have never talked to, which is a big difference from earlier. So as you can see here, we now have, we cover 25% of the milk banks in the US. I'm talking a lot about US here because this is the biggest market potential we have for the moment. We cover almost 6% of the high-level NICUs in the US, and it's about 700 NICUs that would need our instruments. So we have a long way to go, but it's a good start at least. Also wanted to mention that we had an order for 8 instruments to Poland in Q4 last year. So almost all milk banks in Poland have our instrument now. And it's looked at as the golden standard for all milk banks in Poland. A few numbers from last year. We had our best annual sales of all time for Miris, and even the best quarter, Q4 last year, which is really amazing, and we're very excited about this. And again, it reflects what we talked about for a while, that we see changes. And this is in the midst of COVID-19, which is obviously affecting our customers, the hospitals, quite a bit. So we see this as a big achievement. The sales increase was 41%. The number of instruments delivered, was 74% up. Sales increase was 41%. In consumables, we increased with 36%, and the gross margin is also a new record, 72% for the product portfolio. We also did a rights issue last year, which was oversubscribed, ended at 33.4 million Swedish krona before issue costs.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Camilla. Very interesting. I'd like to latch on to your last slide there when you talk about your strong sales performance. Could you talk a little bit about your sales strategy and how do you keep up with the momentum going forward?
Absolutely. So we will continue our work as we've done for a while, now much more on the ground since we're out. Since we're able to start traveling again. But it's all about education. It's about meeting potential customers. It's about having seminars. It's about social media and making our statement out there. I think since this is a new clinical process for most NICUs, it's very important to educate and to explain how this can be done in an easy way. And we have an extremely competent team that know how to talk to a clinical audience, basically, which makes a huge difference. And we will continue this, and obviously also we have quite a lot of distributors that we're working with also. But at the same time as we're building the market ourselves, we're ensuring that whatever our customers are performing, we can get that out there as well, because that's kind of the best marketing we can get.
Sure. Well, I also wanted to ask you about the competitive landscape. You mentioned that you currently don't have any competitors, but you may see a shift in the landscape soon. How are you preparing for that?
Yeah, so I think developing the next generation is really the biggest form of preparation we can do for that, because I mean, really, we don't have any competitors today. There are a few instruments that are used for dairy milk analysis that some places are using for their breast milk analysis, but that's basically not allowed to do in a clinical setting. So I think the best thing we can do is preparing by to oversee that we actually get a technology in place that can compete with any other technology that is developed today, basically.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for answering the questions and for your presentation, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And for our next presentation, I have been joined by Mikael Lindstam, CEO of Aptahem. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you so much. Well, as said, I'm Michael Lindstam and I'm the CEO of Aptahem. Today I'm going to go through a little where we are right now with the company, and for you newcomers, give you a brief introduction to us, of course, and then an outlook where we are actually heading forwards. So if we look at Aptahem, our mission is to develop innovative aptamer-based drugs focused on life-threatening diseases that have a high unmet medical need, and that is very key when it comes to the indication we're working on. Apta1 is our lead candidate, and we are developing towards a critical care drug designed to prevent the damage of organs and tissues that may happen in sepsis or septic shock. And you will soon see that this is not a fun sickness. Well, I just mentioned aptamers in development, and aptamers and aptamers themselves have been opened up for new treatments. And what kind of treatments can we think about then? Well, it's treatments that hadn't been possible before, and that is in the nature of aptamers when you build them. And you have a target and you build bit by bit, just like a Lego, like you see on the right side. And those bits and pieces are actually real DNA or RNA fragments, just like the Lego pieces. And then they can hit the target, as an example in the right down side, where we then build the aptamer around that we have. And the uniqueness of these aptamers is their ability to create totally new pharmaceuticals on very complex targets. And before I'm reading inside here, has not been possible before. That's what I'm going to say. And that's the strength of aptamers. But piece, 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 piece. So you can really tailor around a target. And that's the big advantage of aptamers. They also give high affinity, of course, perfect fit to the target. And they're very specific on the target. And a nice thing to notice about aptamers in general is that they have low or no immunogenicity. And that is important because then by their nature we can avoid a lot of side effects. And just an example to the size of Apta1 you see on the lower left, and an antibody. An antibody is a very popular drug to treat different sicknesses with, and you see the size of it, you see the complexity of it compared to Apta1. And here you can realize yourself that Apta1 have reached a target somewhere which an antibody perhaps wouldn't do. So that's a big strength. How about where we are right now with Apta1, our lead candidate? Well, we just finished the GMP manufacturing program, and the GMP is on its way to Sweden to our CDMO, Recipharm, that will focus on formulate and package this into the vials used for clinical development. The GLP toxicology is still waiting for the final reports. We have seen preliminary that there's no side effect or any problems, but we need to have it finalized. It's important for the regulators, of course. We put a lot of effect on the clinical phase 1 study, and we do a lot of preparations on that. And we also have signed a startup agreement with a Dutch clinical CRO called CHDR. And by doing that, we secured a time slot this year to run the clinic, and also to enable the finalizing parts of the study protocol. And it's quite elaborate, but they are very skilled, and the team, my side, they have come very far. So I hope soon to report a finalized agreement on that side. Well, we are also growing the team, and I just mentioned the team, and we have a lot of very, very good competencies into the company of late. And that's a normal expanding, sorry about that, the company to meeting the demands that we have for the clinic, and after the clinic, building the company further. So this is key personnel that we have hired now or taken in as consultants. We do also a lot of preparation for the regulatory. I was just talking about that some minutes ago, and that's very important to get all the facts, results, and demands from the regulatories in from our studies, because there are enormous amount of information and results that we have, and packaged us in a understandable package, and that's what the new team are working on very much. And in general terms for the company, we always work on business development, seeking out for partners, may it be scientific, may it be than partners from pharma, for example. And we also focus very much now to concluding our scientific results together with the collaborators in science that we had and our own results into manuscripts to go out to high impact publications. That's a lot of work on that side, and I hope to soon report the outcome from this. But it takes time. So in the bottom it says we are steaming towards clinical studies, and that's what we are doing. Well, why are we doing this steaming towards clinical? Yes, there is a problem. I just mentioned it. Unmet need, there's no real treatment for sepsis, and here we see 40% in Europe die from getting sepsis or septic shock. That's an enormous amount of people, and it has a lot of burden on society. You can see here 30 billion euros every year struck the society, and that's of course the personal suffering, families, work comrades and so forth. And sepsis is an evil syndrome or condition, and it's sometimes called the silent killer because it's tough to put the finger on what it is, and when it happens very fast. And when it happens from an infection when the body can't really control the infection, it go haywire, the whole body's immune system, and then you have an effect on vital organs, and when they start to fail, you risk dying or getting severely handicapped for the future. Anyway, as you see on the lower left, sepsis causes more deaths than breast cancer, prostate cancer and AIDS combined. That's not a small figure actually. So with Aptahem we have a solution to the problem. And here's the solution, Aptahem. It's a multifunctional drug candidate with a fantastic mechanism of action. And we focus on that on treating sepsis or septic shock. And what's so special with Aptahem? Well, it has a unique interaction with thrombin, is a coagulation factor 2. Thrombin is the first responder during an inflammatory response in the body. That comes first on spot and trigger the body to do something about it. But by blocking just a small part, as you see on the left side here, the heparin binding site with Aptahem, you reach a very specific modulation or inhibition of the process that otherwise would be pushed, as you see the mechanism here from the neutrophil and platelets and into activation. We stop this possibility for occurring, and instead we get a reverse reaction, or effect at least, from an antithrombotic and an anti-inflammatory response. So that's kind of the basic key of Aptahem, and Aptahem only binds into this part. Other antithrombotic drugs bind into other places, and that will also initiate some side effects sometimes, like bleeding disorders and other things. We have not yet seen this from Aptahem. So we have a solution to the problem. What's our value proposition? I just mentioned a few things of them before. It's a multimodal mechanism. It does many things by going into this specific narrow part on the target. And it's a novel mechanism. It's a first-in-class mechanism, what we can see today. And the whole deal is to protect vital organs, otherwise the patient risks to die. And we have a fast-acting drug. It will be an IV, and this IV administration goes straight out into the system where it's needed. And we also worked a lot with upscaling and manufacturing of the drug candidate, and we are going step by step all the time, and I will mention some of it in a while here, but that's a very important part for us, and you should remember that we have done better and better each time. It's also safe and tolerable, where we can see for our toxin safety studies. And what's most important, at least for the pharma industry partners that you see on the lower right, is patented technology. Without that, we don't have exclusivity. And we're also talking here about stakeholders. Pharma industry partners are stakeholders, as well as ICU physicians. They stand there at the trauma unit, they need a drug to treat someone, and sometimes they don't have anything at hand and they can just see the patient die in front of their eyes. It's awful. And we hope to add something for them to do better for those patients. And for society, I just mentioned 30 billion, and here we see we can make a quite big reduction on this field. So there's a lot of benefits and a lot of stakeholders here to have a potential benefit of Aptahem. So, money, yes, it's needed. and the society and the pharma stakeholders here would like to make money on this if they invest in it. So can they make any money? Yes. This is a study from 2020 that shows how many people get struck by sepsis in Europe, US and Japan. So if you focus on the lower part, tabula, you see here we have very moderately put together a tentative cost for each patient. And when we calculate, we see we have a multi-billion euro or dollar situation here for a market. And please notice in the lower tabula, the mid section about immunomodulatory drugs. You see 1/3 in Europe, 1/10 in US, and 1/4 in Japan. So they're still not fully covering, and this is just a process going on in the world. But estimates show us for 2026, we can see a 50% increase in just this field of type of drugs. So it looks good, and maybe Aptahem can be part of increasing it even further. We will see. So this one have a battery that works. Yes, and I talked about exclusivity. We have patent. We have 2 patent families. One is for the free Aptamers, and then we have one from Aptahem to protect its use, the therapeutic use, and how you can apply it. And as you see here, patent family 1 is already fully granted, and we start to get granted states also for patent family 2. And if you look up there, Aptahem, Apta2, Apta3, we see that we have now concluded the preclinical and safety in talks, and we focus totally on that. We need to focus that, get it into the clinic and do that. And then perhaps we can look at these other assets as well. We have tickled Apta2 a little, hence we put it inflammation, but at the moment, that is kind of silent for us. It's very interesting, but it's silent anyway. Moving on, we haven't done everything ourselves, and of later the years we have come into a situation where we could actually interest academic partners, which we have done, and here are 3 of them that we're working with. I will not go in too much about what we do with them, but they have actually contributed in very vital terms for the company to unsolve a lot of mysteries that we had in front of us, and it's been very, very important for us. And especially Örebro, that was part of identifying the target here. It's a fantastic job together with them. And then we have Canada on the right, and that they have worked in different models to prove how good Aptahem is for different kind of infections, and there they have worked with viruses, and you will soon see some results from that. And it shows that Aptahem doesn't really care what type of infection it is, it cares about the effects that the infection creates, which is a fantastic feature and more or less ideal for a septic condition, of course, as we can see it. Anyway, so if we move on, if this wants to move on, I just want to show you the complexity of a hemostasis system here. And it's very, very complex, and a lot of things can go wrong and happen there, and body have an ability to react. Notice the red ring in the middle, thrombin, this is where we act, and this is the first responder, and Aptahem takes this out. It's an important feature for the specific action of Aptahem. We should remember that the activation of platelets, as you see to the left, is still activated by other mechanisms, but not in an abundance what thrombin would have done. And this is part of the secret sauce recipe here. So if we go on to what we've done in Toronto, well, this is preliminary results, but we are now currently trying to put them together, the final report, and prepare manuscript for publication. But what we can see here, we can even lower viruses from this study in the acute lung injury model. It's a lung model, remember, it's a coronavirus model. Very interesting. Less tendency of hemolysis, that means affecting the blood system and coagulation. We see more blood volume. It's critical to have good blood volume and pressure, because that gives oxygen. If your kidneys or lungs doesn't get enough oxygen, they will start to die. So this is key. We also see lower levels of both of cytokines in both the tissue of the lung as well as in the serum, I mean in the blood. And that's important. And there we have the results for liver and kidney. We see better functions of them as well. And last but not least, less lung injury. And this preliminary shows that the tissue of the lung looks better with Aptahem. And we just have to come back on that. So the team behind the company, not everyone, but there are some new key players in the company. Fantastic team to work with. Makes every day fantastic, joyful time to move this project forwards. And then we go to the last slide before we will round off fully here. This is an outlook what's happening here now. And look to the left. We prepare now for phase 1. This is big effort. Partnering all the time and scientific presence. That means we're looking at publications, collaboration scientifically, and also looking out for key opinion leaders to support our mission towards market with this fantastic candidate. And also have a look at the graph there. It's just tentative what we are doing now, but we hope to inject later this year our first healthy individuals. And the big deal boxes there are kind of an inflection points where usually you can trigger a bit more interest when you finalize a study, and that's what we are pushing extra at that point. But we push all the time to find solutions here. And by that, I say thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you, Mikael, for that presentation. I would like to ask you what benefits Aptahem has as an emergency treatment for sepsis compared to antibiotics.
Well, antibiotics is against the bacteria, and we focus to what happens after the infection, as we can see today at least, and the effects if something goes wrong by an infection and the body loses the control. This is where we can see we come in. I wouldn't say we're a competitor to antibiotics, but in the present world we live in, we see a lot of problems with antibiotics. They may not work or something like that. So I think we are on a good way with this candidate, and when they treat people, sepsis is about 60% that get bacteria. The rest is either virus or either fungi or something else that triggers it. So antibiotics doesn't help all the time against sepsis. And that means that if you give antibiotics, you may also give anti-inflammatory. You have to give drugs that increase the blood pressure to keep the patient in vital state and so forth. So that's a lot of other things combined there.
And you mentioned here the coronavirus lung model and the encouraging results that you've obtained there. How would you say that you view the candidate's potential in indications beyond sepsis?
Well, yeah, I can quote the professor that we are collaborating with in Toronto. Just a few days ago, I spoke with him, and he told me, "Hey, Michael, you know, when we look at this now, we see that those people that actually passed or died in corona, about 80% of them got in septic conditions before they passed. So, and you can see you can have sepsis just from a pneumonia if you don't take care of it enough. So that may answer the question. I think so. I'm not saying it will be like that, but it could be.
And then finally, you are heading towards clinical studies. What work remains to be done before it can start?
Well, as I just said here in the presentation, we are now focusing a lot of putting together the regulatory package. It's a lot of things to do. And of course, we also have massive preclinical results that need to be packaged in the right way to write the investigation brochure, as you say, where you describe the candidate and through toxic and results, what it's doing. And so that's a lot of things to be done. And of course, we are now also looking at packaging the drug. It's come quite a bit on the way, and now the GMP production are on its way to Recipharm in Stockholm to take care of that. So that needs to be packaged. We need to seal the study protocol, the rationale for that one, and it's underway all the time. And then we move forwards with the regulators and talk to them, of course. So, but that's quite some job to perform still. I mean, but we're positive, and we're sticking to the timeline as we see it. So yeah, happy smiles so far.
Well, we look forward to hearing more from you during the year then, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you so much.
And for the next presentation, we have been joined by QuiaPEG and CEO Marcus Bosson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus Bosson. I'm the CEO and co-founder of QuiaPEG Pharmaceuticals, a biotech company located in Uppsala. We have developed a proprietary drug delivery platform for releasable pegylation, and it's one of the very few technologies available on the global market. Last year we wrapped up a successful scale-up of a synthesis of our platform, which we call Unicleaver, and that's a true game changer, and I will get back to that later. We have established proof of concept in 2 projects, both with blockbuster potential, and we have a broad and growing patent portfolio with key patents recently approved in the European Union and the United States. We have also recently strengthened the business development team in order to focus on business development to strike licensing deals. And we have been listed on Nasdaq First North since August 2020. The team, I will not go in detail, but it's me. We have Dr. Savadjon, who is the head of operations, and Vidar, who is the chief medical officer, and Achim, who is the head of non-clinical development. And as I mentioned, the business development team was just recently reinforced by Dr. Erik Lund and Dr. Lars Öhman from Cordato Life Science. And they have experience from Merck, Sharp & Dome, Caro Bio, and a bunch of other companies with a very good proven track record. Our key assets, so what are they? Well, we have a platform itself, Unicleaver, which is available for R&D collaborations and eventually licensing deals. It's a drug delivery platform, and it's very versatile. So it's suitable for small molecules, peptides, large molecules, and it's based on this advanced releasable linker chemistry, which we have protected now. We also have a product pipeline to show that this Unicleaver platform works, and the project itself is also available for partnering. So we have 2 projects. It's a QuiaPEG 1030 PEG teduglutide, where we have shown preclinical proof of concept last year. It's for orphan drug indication called short bowel syndromes and other indications. And the 1029 PEG liraglutide, a blockbuster drug sold by Novo Nordisk. And we have also there shown proof of concept in preclinic, and it's for type 2 diabetes and obesity. So what is the Unicleaver platform doing, and how does it work? Well, it's universal. It's releasable by our enzymes or pH. pH, we have all the same, 7.4, so it's very predictable release. It's efficient. It's a complete release of original drug. It's also modified. We can modify the release time from hours to weeks. Eventually, this leads to fewer doses, and it's good for the patients and a low-cost society. And if you look at the picture down below, you can see the Unicleaver in the middle. You have to the left PEG and to the right drug. And when it's coupled like this, it's a prodrug. That means it's biologically inactive. And then when it's injected into the bloodstream, it will eventually release the active drug, which then becomes biologically active. And the PEG and the linker, those are cleared through the systems, the kidneys and the liver. And it's a broad range of applications here. It's for novel peptide development programs or small molecules and biologics to achieve a better dosing regimen. It's also enabling the druggability of biomolecules, where you might see a good biological effect, but challenging PK data. So we can then achieve a releasable drug with prodrug properties. And also for those companies with maybe blockbusters or very good drugs, the patent cliff is approaching. So they could apply our Unicleaver platform in order to bring new life in an old drug, and also get an improvement of existing drug from once daily injection to maybe once weekly or once monthly injection. And then we can also apply for a new patent. If we look at the competitive field for our technology, it's a handful, I usually say. And if we look at this list of companies, Ascendis, Nektar, and well-established companies in this field. However, they don't sell any licenses according to our sources, and when it comes to the fourth one on that list, Armonix, that's a different method for achieving the same thing of a releasable drug. And that was just announced in January this year that Sanofi would acquire the company and pay up to, or pay $1.25 billion for the Extend technology. It's located in California. And Prolight, that's a privately held small company, non-listed. And as far as I know, they are more focused on hydrogels. So we are quite unique in this field of drug delivery platform. So let me go into a little bit of the projects we have. Pegylated tetraglutide, or the pegylation of GLP-2. The existing drug, it's called Gattex or Revestive. It's marketed by Takeda. It's for short bowel syndrome. It's an orphan drug indication. It's a very, very nasty disease to have this short bowel syndrome. So this is the only drug on the market, tetraglutide. It's with daily injections, a very cumbersome preparation before injection. And it's a chronic disease, so you need to take it lifelong. So there is a large unmet medical need for an efficient GLP drug with once weekly administration. And also the competition in this field is not too strong, I would say. You have Zealand Pharma and you have VectivBio in Switzerland, which is maybe the fiercest competitor to ours. But the global market for SBS is estimated to be worth $2 billion. So by 2030. So even if VectivBio or anyone else would be successful reaching the market, there is still room for more than one player. So we are quite optimistic about this project. And we have shown some very encouraging data in the preclinic. For instance, we have shown it's a prodrug, and as you can see the blue curve, it's tetraglutide. As expected, it looks like this, and the 1030, our pegylated tetraglutide, it's down there in green. That means it's biologically inactive. Also, we have done a proof of concept study, and it's basically you pull out the small intestine from an animal, and after a week's administration, and you look at weight and length. And we have done different doses, and as you can see, we have also compared to tetraglutide and the apraglutide, which is our competitor in Switzerland. And as you can see, the green one and the purple one, if you compare, we are as good as the apraglutide, which is dosed for once weekly. So we are very optimistic about these results. So basically, what we have shown in proof of preclinical studies, that we have a slow release after subcutaneous dosing. We also have a flat profile in which reduce variation over time, and we have seen growth and weight of this small intestine when you look at it. So it's compatible with weekly dosing interval. And if we look at the competitive landscape for this, it's the short bowel syndrome. We have Takeda, which has the original drug, VectivBio, the Swiss publicly quoted company in Switzerland, apraglutide, Zealand Pharma, a Danish company, and some other more companies. But even though some of them are in phase 3 clinical trials or phase 1, we still have the advantage that we use a proven, already approved drug called tetraglutide, and it's marketed by Takeda. So we have a lot to gain here, and maybe we also can have an abbreviated version when it comes to the regulatory approval. That means a less lengthy and a less costly clinical studies. So if we look at the other project, pegylated liraglutide, which is a GLP-1, it's sold by Novo Nordisk. It's a $4 billion drug annually. The patent expires soon. It's administered daily by injection. And what we're trying to establish is a pegylated version, which is administered once weekly, potentially with less adverse events and better tolerability. We have also filed a patent for this, which would expire 2038. And in our proof of concept study, we looked at the food intake. So you measure how much they drink and eat during 1 week. We compared it with semaglutide, liraglutide. And as you can see from this one, we are slightly better than semaglutide, which is Novo Nordisk follow-up drug on liraglutide. Semaglutide is taken once weekly, and we aim at also once weekly administration. To summarize the 1029 project, we believe we have a competitive asset. We have seen proof of concept in rats. We have done mini-pig studies where we have shown slow release profile. And also we aim at once weekly administration, and due to its function as a prodrug, we can then piggyback on all the relevant published data on liraglutide. So that means we can probably save time and also money in the clinical development. So let me, I'm approaching the end here, but this is really what we are selling. It's the patent families. If we have shown that this works eventually in human clinical trial, then it's down to the patent situation. And I'm very happy that last year we were allowed a patent in the European Union. And also we got a notice of allowance in the US by the end of last year. So I would say we are pretty well protected here. And also we have for the permanent pegylation the same linker, about 20 other patents granted. So it's quite well established now, this concept of the Unicleaver. So what does it look like moving forward? Well, we have, regarding the 1030, we will have pretty soon preclinical results, additional one, which would lay the foundation for the candidate drug selection of 1030. We are in discussions to have some kind of a strategic collaboration agreement with a partner for further development and financing of this project. And also we will plan to do a meeting with the Swedish Medical Product Agency, and also later on this year apply for orphan drug indication in the European Union and United States. And on the business development side, I would say the focus this year is business development. It's licensing collaboration deals regarding the platform Unicleaver. We will prioritize the 1030 pegtidaglutide project because it's an orphan drug indication. We will seek, and we are seeking actively, a partnership for the 1029, the pegliraglutide. And furthermore, we will draw upon the network we have in China. We already have collaborations, and now when COVID is gone, we can travel more freely. Hopefully this network and also the established collaborations that could lead eventually to a full licensing agreement, one or a few others in China. So let me, this is the last slide. We are right now we have announced that we will try to raise additional funding for the company. So we have a share issue later on in April, May. And we are seeking 28 million kronor. It's guaranteed to 100%. And the price per unit is 1 krona, so you get 5 shares, and then you get stock options, subscription rights for October and April next year. And also the management, the board, and other major owners, they have subscribed for 3 million kronor, and subscription period will be 20th of April to May 4th. And I hope you enjoy the presentation and that you find our company interesting. So I think that's the last slide.
Thank you. You were talking towards the end here about the focus on business development. Could you elaborate a little bit on where you are in that process, maybe in particular in terms of the Chinese connections that you have?
Yes, we have a good network in China, and we have a few collaborations since before, and we have, unfortunately, we have not been able to travel to China due to the COVID, but still we have those connections and collaborations, and I hope we have also gained a few new interesting parties, so I hope we can get something out of it during this year. And also we have said that with the foundation of a scalable linker, which was successful last year with 2 granted patents, Europe and United States, and with a proof of concept for the PEG tetraglutide. So let's focus on business development and also Europe and United States. So that's why we have this. We have hired this Dr. Erik Lund and Lars Öhman to do it in a more systematic and forced way, so to speak. So hopefully during this year we will be able to close, I hope, 1 or more collaborations. Yeah.
And I was also wondering, aside from the projects that you have today, how do you view the platform's potential in other indications?
Well, that's the good thing about QuiaPEG. If you have a drug delivery platform, you can slice it in different, a lot of ways. And so that means we have a platform itself, which we could out-license to any drug company in need of that kind of technology. And then we have our own projects, where we might be able to get more money out of such a deal. So it's upfront and the milestone payments, royalties. And the further you develop it yourself, the more you get in royalties, for instance, or milestone payments and upfront. So it's a trade-off, how much resources we have, but because, or thanks to, it's already approved drugs, liraglutide and tetraglutide, we know that the drug works. So the question is more, can we get the combination to work in a way that we can go from once daily to once weekly? And once that has been established, it's quite it's called a bio-better, and then it's quite attractive for anyone in especially the big pharma companies with original drugs for this life cycle management. So so that's it's in liraglutide's case, it's Novo Nordisk, and in tetraglutide's case, it's Takeda, a big Japanese company.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to present the company and then answering my questions.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
presenting company is Idogen with CEO Anders Karlsson. Welcome.
Thank you, Olivia. I will today give you a brief update on the status in Idogen and our development projects within Targinta cell therapies. The agenda today is a short introduction to the company, our cell therapy and the unwanted immune reactions that we want to treat, the technology and the platform, the company platform and our main steps in the development plans, also key activities for this year and ahead, and also we will have some questions and discussions after that. Idogen is a biotech company located in Lund and founded in 2008. We are listed on the Nasdaq First North since June 2020. We have a new IP situation. We sent in our latest patent application in December 2019 in UK, and we also sent in the PCT application a year later in December 2020, which gives us a market exclusivity for 20 years if successful. We are developing Targinta cell therapies, and the first product into first-in-human clinical trial is our project to cover hemophilia A patients that has developed antibodies towards a treatment with factor VIII. We have also second validation earlier. We have received the Horizon 2020 funding, which gave the company around 30 million Swedish kronas in 2017. We also, for hemophilia A and the indication, their orphan drug designations, which gives us a favorable situation for the regulatory pathway ahead. And we are also planning to start the clinical trial in the second quarter this year. To give an overview, we have a treatment that is possible to managing considerable unmet medical need, and we are aiming to prevent unwanted immune responses from the immune system. We have a proprietary technology which covers, as well as the technology platform, the manufacturing process, and also indications that we are trying to manage with our Targinta cell therapy. We also have very interesting value drivers ahead. We are moving into first patient, first visit now in the second quarter 2022, and also ahead of us in end 2023, we are also aiming to send in the clinical trial application for the next indication, IDOT, covering transplantation. We have had a very busy end of 2021. We optimized our manufacturing process together with our partner in the third and fourth quarter of 2021. We also followed that up with a qualification of that process. We have also prepared for clinical trial, meeting a lot of potential clinical trial centers. And also in the end of this year, we sent in the clinical trial application to the Swedish regulatory authorities, Läkemedelsverket, December 17, and follow that up also with an application sent in to the Norwegian Medical Product Agency, January 3. And now we are expecting the review time to be around 90 days. And as a result of all this work and as a part of the planning forward, we also now announced the rights issue in end of December, and that has been finalized, and that gave us 50 million gross in February. And we also have a new opportunity with warrants to add additional 40 million into that funding round. Just a brief introduction to our technology. What is cell therapy? Cell therapy aims to treat diseases by using cells to repair or change other cells in the body. And thereafter the cells are cultured outside the body before being administered into the patient. And you can both use autologous, which is patient's own cells, and cells from a donor what you name allogenic cell therapies. And we are using the patient's own cells. We have an autologous cell therapy within Idogen. Just to give you a brief introduction to our cell therapy, we are using the dendritic cells, and the dendritic cells plays a key role in the immune system and the response of the immune system. The dendritic cells has the possibility to decide whether a cell or a molecule is a friend or a foe. And if it perceives something as an enemy, it activates an immune response. That's what you see on the left-hand side. If it finds out that something is a friend, then it instead downregulates the immune response. What you see in the bottom of this slide, you see the regulatory T cells, and they are very important for our technology because they have the aim to create a long-term tolerance of the cell therapy towards this specific antigen that we are treating. There is a lot of different cells and molecules that the dendritic cells should sort out. It can be virus, bacteria, and cancer cells, which they should attack and initiate an immune response. It can also be other things. It can be pharmaceuticals, treatment, it can be also the body's own cells and organs. It can also be transplants. And here you instead should tolerate. And this is what we are targeting with our cell therapy. If it looks like this, then it's good. But if you end up in a situation where the immune system starts to attack biological and very important pharmaceuticals, then we have problems. And what we do here is that we try to take away this wrongly activated immune response that you will in that case receive, and instead program the immune system to tolerate this specific antigen instead. So we are creating a very specific, antigen-specific tolerance of these antigens. And we at the same time normalize the immune system. We have a patient-tailored Targinta cell therapy. We use the patient's own cells. We collect the cells at the patient's hospital. We thereafter send them to our manufacturing lab, where we introduce the monocytes for the specific antigen that is the one that initiates this unwanted immune response. And together with our proprietary tolerance inducer, we create these tolerogenic dendritic cells. And these tolerogenic dendritic cells are actually the cell therapy to be used within the patient. So thereafter we put the cell therapy into a frozen state and send it back to the patient's hospital and give a treatment for 1 to 3 times after that. We took a very important decision in end 2019, where we decided to, instead of manufacture our own cell therapy in our own lab, we instead used a very experienced and world-leading manufacturer of cell therapy, and has done this process from moving our innovation into a GMP approved product for the clinical trial at Radboud University Medical Center in Holland. This has been a very successful step, and we are now ready to go to start the clinical trial in the second quarter this year. If we summarize the different unwanted immune response that we can manage with our technology, we first have the anti-drug antibodies, where the body reacts towards biological drugs and hampers their effect. We also have transplant rejections, patients that today needs a lifelong treatment with immunosuppressants. Then you could instead manage the unwanted immune reaction towards the organ with our cell therapy. And we also have the big group of autoimmune diseases. And in general, the technology platform aims to stop these unwanted immune reactions towards all these 3 different situations, conditions, or diseases. We have also furthermore developed 3 different projects, IDO8,
IDO-T and IDO-AID, and I should briefly also give you a little bit insight in these 3 different projects. We are starting with hemophilia A and patients that has created antibodies towards the treatment with factor VIII. Factor VIII is the general treatment, the basic treatment, the standard treatment for managing these patients with severe hemophilia A. But in around 25 to 30% of these patients, the immune system attacks and makes and destroys the effect of the factor VIII treatment by antibodies. And the standard care for these patients is to give increasing doses of factor VIII treatment, and in that way, over 6 months up to 3 years, create a tolerance towards this treatment. Our case is instead that we offer to use a cell therapy, using it with 1 to 2 infusions, and instead create a tolerance in that way, and to then be able to continue to treat with factor VIII. Briefly about IDO-ITI treatment, which is today the standard treatment when you create antibodies towards factor VIII. You usually need to continue with this ITI treatment between 6 months and up to 3 years. The approach is only successful in around of 60% of the cases. And the plan is to first treat with ITI and then go back to treat with factor VIII treatment, the same as we are offering with IDO-8. The cost of the ITI treatment is around 1.2 to 2.3 million US dollars, which is around 10 to 20 million Swedish kronas. And the average treatment of these patients costs around 15 million Swedish kronas. We are quite progressed in the development process of IDO-8. We are now moving into treating the first patients with our Targinta cell therapy, and the plan is to get an approval from the Swedish authorities now in the second quarter of 2022. The next step is to enroll the patients in this study. It will be a phase 1, phase 2 study, and we aim to have the data ready in 2023. Looking into kidney transplantation, our next project, around 100,000 patients gets a new kidney every year globally, and these patients gets, as a standard treatment, lifelong immunosuppressive treatment to keep away the risk for rejection of the organs. There is a big medical need here, since these patients also get severe infections, cancers, but also a direct nephrotoxic effect on the kidneys with the current treatment. We aim to reduce the immunological response, or in the best case, also totally take away the immunological response with our treatment. We are using the patient's cells, and we then add cells from the donor, and using that to create a tolerance for the organ at the time for transplantation. And the aim is to then tapering out the treatment with immunosuppressive drugs. We have learned a lot while developing IDO-8, so we are quite progressed also in this project. What we have learned to develop our technology platform can also be used for the development of the IDO-T product. We are now working very much to design in detail how the treatment will look like, and we are moving towards a first pilot proof of concept. Next year we are moving towards main proof of concept, but also starting to prepare for a clinical trial and send in a clinical trial application in the end of 2023. And the plan is then to start the clinical trial early 2024. If we then move into the big group of autoimmune diseases, then we have more than 100 different diseases, and they are normally treated with immunosuppressive treatments, most of them. If we can find the antigen, these kind of diseases could be added to our technology platform. And here we are looking into different ways to utilize our knowledge about creating tolerance. And here we are very open also to line up with partners, specific knowledge in specific disease, and there together with them develop specific treatment for this kind of diseases. If we're looking into the key activities from now and ahead, as I said, we are very busy now to start up the clinical trial. We are approaching clinical trial centers not only in Sweden, not only in Nordic, but also key centers out in the Europe, and plan is to start in the second quarter. For IDOT, we are now working towards a pilot proof of concept of our technology on our platform for tolerogenic cell therapy. Next year, we will then move a step forward in our clinical trial and also be able to finalize that before end of 2023. For IDOT, we are then making the main proof of concept and also preparing for clinical trial and send in the clinical trial application. And 2024, we are receiving the data from the IDO8 study. We also plan to start the clinical trial for IDOT. So to summarize my presentation, we have developed a treatment which can manage considerable unmet medical need. We are aiming to prevent unwanted immune responses within the patient. We have a proprietary platform technology, and we have the ability to cover both the platform, the process to manufacture, but also the specific indications. We also have very interesting value-driving events ahead. First step will be the first patient, first visit, planned to be in the second quarter of this year. And ahead of us, we also have a lot larger indication in the transplantation, IDOT, which we plan to send in a clinical trial application in the end of 2023. That was a brief update. Thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know a bit more about how you can adapt the Idogen platform to different types of medical conditions and diseases.
We are lucky to have a technology platform, and from that we have the basics in place. But the critical thing here is to define the antigen that initiate the immune response, because that is an important part, as I've shown, in our technology. So if we have the antigen and we can load it into our cell therapy, we can very much just put it into the platform and make more product into our development.
And what can you tell us about the study design for the clinical trial with IDO8?
We have applied for a phase 1, phase 2A, which means that we will cover safety and a dose escalation phase, which gives us an indication of which kind of dose, the size of the dose we need to use. Furthermore, when we are covering the phase 2 part of it, we will also be able to make a challenge after half year of treatment, which will then give us an indication if we still have the tolerance towards the antibodies. And that will actually give us a proof of concept for IDO8, but also the full concept, proof of concept for our technology as such. So this is a very interesting study for us that we're looking into now.
Interesting, and thank you for being here today, Anders.
Thank you, Olivia.
Our next presentation will come from Pharmiva and Deputy CEO Caroline Ackerjordet. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Caroline. I'm the Deputy CEO at Pharmiva. I joined Pharmiva 1 year ago. Then I was Chief of Operation, and it was a really important period for Pharmiva. We were not only preparing to do an IPO, but we were also preparing to put our first product on the market. One of my main drivers is to see great ideas coming to life. And that's exactly what we at Pharmiva have succeeded on in the last year. But before I go into detail of what we've achieved our first year as a listed company and our future vision, I would like to take you back to the beginning. Pharmiva develops treatment for vaginal infections. When we started developing our technology, we first thought that we had finally been able to find a solution that is mimicking the vagina's own defense. But the more we worked with our solution, we actually saw that it was much deeper than that. We saw that we had found a solution that ended years and years of silent suffering for women all over the world. Bacterial vaginosis is the most common vaginal infection for fertile women. And the problem for women having bacterial vaginosis is not only the physical part, it's emotionally and it's psychologically. A very strong symptom of this disease is that you have a very strong fishy odor. And a lot of the women feel this is really embarrassing, and they avoid contact with friends, co-workers, and partners. Then imagine that the only solution you have is to book an appointment with your local doctor because the only available treatment is prescription medicine, antibiotics. But not today. Today, women can Google their own symptoms. They can be educated about their vaginal health on our website. They can order their treatment online and receive it the next day without even leaving their house. The fact that antibiotics is the first line of treatment for the most common vaginal infection in fertile women only emphasizes the unmet need and the reason why we need to keep investing in this area. 1.27 million deaths in 2019 were directly caused by antimicrobial resistance. This was published recently in an article in The Lancet. Now let's look at some company highlights. As I mentioned, Pharmiva is a femtech company. We're focusing on vaginal health. We were founded in 2015 and we're located in the heart of Lund in Sweden. Our product is based on a vaginal mousse technology called Venerol with strong IP rights. Our first product, Venivia, was launched in Sweden 5 months ago. It's a treatment for bacterial vaginosis. It's an approved medical device, class 2A, and we have clinical evidence for superior symptom relief and cure rate in line with antibiotics. We had a successful launch in Sweden last year, and we are now available on the largest pharmacies in Sweden, both online and in store. Looking at the global market for bacterial vaginosis, the market value is set to 900 million euros. And that is for bacterial vaginosis. But the interesting part about our technology is looking into our pipeline. Let's dig deeper into that. Looking into our portfolio, where we are today is our first product, Venivia, a treatment for bacterial vaginosis. Venivia is the first step in building a global multi-product vaginal health business. And it's part of Pharmiva's self-care vision. And as you can see, the next products in line are for Candida and sexual transmitted infections. But the really interesting part is that our technology, Venerol, is a really great platform for a drug delivery, where you could look at adding active ingredients as a pharmaceutical drug. So how does this pipeline affect growing our market value? Well, we already talked about that the value for bacterial vaginosis at a global level is 900 million euros. Well, adding to that Candida, as you could see in our pipeline, you could add 850 million euros. And again, if you're adding sexual transmitted disease, you can add more than 4 billion euros. When I first started Pharmiva, I thought it was very interesting how underinvested femtech is. And I was starting looking into why is it like that? And a lot of the articles and the analysis I read was that femcare or vaginal health area is hard to describe. So what is really important to understand the potential of a product or a technology is also to understand the problem. So let's dig a bit deeper into that. Bacterial vaginosis. What is that? It's an infection caused by an imbalance of bacteria in the vagina. In a healthy vagina, you have bacteria, good bacteria, lactobacillus. These lactobacillus, they create a small amount of hydrogen peroxide, which creates a low pH, which is not very friendly for pathogenic bacteria. At some point, your vagina's own defense can be weakened, and you have an introduction of pathogenic bacteria, and this can lead to an imbalance, and you have bacterial vaginosis. The symptoms, as I also described before, is an increased pH, and the increased pH will give this fishy, distinguished odor smell, which is affecting women at so many different levels. Our product, Pharmiva, it mimics the vagina's own defense. We have stabilized hydrogen peroxide, monoglycerides, and lactic acid in a mousse that is a 7-day treatment, and we can show rapid symptom relief already after 12 hours. It's an effective treatment, and it strengthens the vagina's own defense, and it has no adverse side effects. So do we have any proof of our claims? Yes, we have done a proof of concept study, both on 1-dose and 3-dose, which has been the base for our now 7-dose treatment. It has shown superior symptom relief, treatment effect in line with antibiotics. And this, as I said, is the base for our Pharmiva 7-dose treatment. This was important for getting our product approved. But before we launched the product, last year, we also did a user study here in Sweden. It was really positive. And one of the distinguished part we saw was that already after 12 hours, the women reported significant symptom relief of the smell. As I mentioned, it's a very heavy burden on women. 83% of the patient would recommend Pharmiva to friends. And again, no reported side effects. Looking at the competitors, you could divide them into 2 groups. You have the OTC product, which is symptom relief, only symptom relief. And then you have the prescription products, the antibiotics and antiseptic. The symptom relief products affecting the pH can remove the smell, but they're not treating the infection. The treatment, antibiotic antiseptics, they are treating the infecting, but the problem is with antibiotics that they do not only affect the pathogenic bacteria, they are affecting the good protective lactobacillus, and which makes the vagina very susceptible to getting candida or a reinfection of bacterial vaginosis. And the fact that our product now is an OTC product, the patient don't need any prescription to get it, which also makes it a very good product for the midwives to be able to recommend this product for self-care. We also want to make our evidence even stronger for the healthcare professionals, and that is our PIVA study, which we are on full speed on now here in Sweden. And we are looking into the next month of including patients. So now let's talk about a launch strategy here in Sweden. As you know, we launched 5 months ago, 6 months ahead of schedule. A big part of the strategy was positioning, communication, and brand building. We really want to collect customer insight and product learnings. A big, important part for us is to understand the consumer love and to build a proof of concept for our global rollout. The second part of our strategy is being to heavily target healthcare professional and key opinion leaders. And there's a funny thing about that, because we were expecting a big push for these categories. and we've had a plan to be out and have a dialogue with clinics about this. But instead, we are actually experiencing a pull from them. So they are calling us now and asking, can you please come and demonstrate your product, which they've heard about from their patients and in marketing campaign. And we are really happy about that, and we will continue the dialogue with the healthcare professions going further. As you can see in this slide, we had an interview with Helena Kopp-Kallner and Emma Carling with Cell. And they have given us really great recommendations. Now let's talk about sales. So we launched in October. The first quarter we signed with the 3 biggest pharmacies in Sweden. That was for online sale. The second quarter, this quarter we are in now, we have also launched physically in stores all over Sweden. We had a successful social media marketing campaign which actually had more than 10 million views. Testimonials from both customers and professions shows a very positive reception for this new and innovating treatment. So let's wrap it up. Summary. What have we done since IPO April? We have planned and conducted a user study here in Sweden on a 7-dose with really positive results. We've also launched our products 6 months ahead of plan. We've built a very strong platform and a very strong digital strategy. We can show sales traction, which is growing. We have a strong customer feedback and exceptional support and endorsement by the professions. We have relocated our study, PIVA, to Sweden, our home market, and we are accelerating patient recruitment and continuing to build medical community support in our important home market. We are also having scientific advisory board with strong medical advisors. And we also have initiated product development partnerships. And we have strengthened the organization to fit where we are today. To be successful in a global rollout, what's really important for us right now is to learn from our current market, our home market in Sweden. We are collecting information from customers and building brand, but what we're also doing parallel to that is analyzing those markets we are wanting to go to. And as we have communicated before, this will be stepwise. We are looking into Europe for partnering and distribution partnerships. But we are also parallel to that, looking for the global market and are already in dialogues with potential partners. So, the Pharmiva, the long-term value creation. I'm coming back again a bit now to our pipeline. Where we are today, the BV market is estimated to have a value in 2027 of 1.5 billion euros. That's where we are today. That's the product we have on the market. Looking at our line extension, as I mentioned, Candida, sexual transmitted diseases, and also Venerol, our delivery system for active ingredients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline, for that presentation. It was really interesting. I wanted to ask you if you could elaborate a little bit on what you mentioned here, how you define global expansion and what the plan looks like for that.
Yes, as we communicated also last year, the plan for the global rollout is stepwise. The first part now is really to understanding the current market in Sweden and to collect the learnings to see how we can be successful in the next market. But no market is the same. So it's also important for us that collect data and understand the markets we are interested in. First of all, we're looking for Europe and the biggest markets, UK, Germany, France. And this will be partnerships, but also potentially distribution. Outside of Europe, we have the regulatory part, which also contributes. And there, it could be also an opportunity, because outside of Europe, we're not depending on CE mark. So that could also be partnering, but it could also be a licensing.
You did allude here to what the femtech industry and what the interest in it is like. How would you describe the investor interest in femtech at the moment?
It's a really good question. It's something that I'm quite interested in myself. And when I started in this industry, I thought it was really interesting why it was the interest wasn't higher. But what we can see now, even though it's less than 5% of the global capital that's invested in female health, what we can see now, if you look at some of the biggest congresses that has been the last year, femtech is often rated as one of the top trends, and it's actually growing very much. In the US, it's growing much more, but Europe and the Scandinavian market is catching along. So I think it's a very interesting market.
And then finally, looking ahead at a change that's coming for Pharmiva, your current CEO is actually moving on to a position at Ferring Pharmaceuticals. So I just wanted to know, what is the company looking for in a new CEO?
First of all, we are extremely grateful to be allowed to have Christina with her great knowledge in this area for so long and what she's contributed with this company the time she's been here. But also looking into where Pharmiva is going with the global rollout. It's also important that we are looking into a candidate that can take Pharmiva into the next step. And the board and everyone else is on full speed, and we have some really great candidates. So we're just actually looking forward to the next steps.
Well, it seems like you have a very exciting year ahead of you then.
Yes, most definitely.
And thank you so much for taking the time to tell us about it. Thank you. Next up to present is Sensidose and CEO Jack Spira. Welcome, Jack, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present Sensidose to you. So Sensidose is a mixture of a drug delivery company and a medtech company. The company presently has a product on the market. It contains micro tablets of levodopa carbidopa for the treatment of Parkinson's disease. The product is on the market, and what it does is that it minimizes the symptoms that the patients will have. It's an individualized dosing, which is our keywords, individualized dosing and fine-tuned dosing for the disease. Our technology is covered by strong and broad patents, and it relates to both the dosing procedure and actually the format of our tablets. FlexLev is reimbursed in the countries where we are on sale, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, and we are moving forward to other countries. We have some key partners, which is our production partner in Germany, Desitin GmbH, our production company for the device, SMD, here in Stockholm, and then our IP partner, which is Potter & Clarkson, and our CRO for regulatory pharmacist. The team is myself, it's the CFO, Christopher Svensson, and Maria Wikström is the head of RA, especially for the device. In order to understand what we are doing, I want to explain a little bit to you about Parkinson's disease and then come back to our product, and then I'll come back to the company. So Parkinson's disease is a lifelong disease. Once you get it, you will have it a number of years depending on the age when you get it. So it can be from 15 years to 30, 40 years. In the beginning, it's called the honeymoon period. You have a very little symptoms in the so-called early stage, and you manage quite well, and you can basically treat with all of the approved treatments. They are all okay. Then it becomes more complicated. The effects weans off of the doses you give, and you have to start to do combination treatment, which gets very complicated, and multi-pharmaceuticals. And in the end, when you had the disease for quite some time, you are confined to a wheelchair, and it's a quite severe disease. In order to understand what we are doing, I have to be a bit complicated, so we're now going into some details. One of the most important parts of treatment with the levodopa in Parkinson's disease is what's called the therapeutic window. And this is illustrated here by this gray field here. That's the therapeutic window. So when you are inside the therapeutic window, your treatment with levodopa is quite easy. So in the beginning of the disease, in the honeymoon period, as you can see, when you give a standard drug, you are inside the therapeutic window and you are doing quite well. However, as time goes on, and this can be after 3, 4, or 5, 6 years, with each dose you come outside of the therapeutic window. You'll see it both on the upper side and on the lower side, and then you get side effects from the treatment. So when you get above here, then you have involuntary movements, and when you are below, you cannot move at all. So what we are providing is a way to handle this treatment by making sure that you are always inside, by giving the dose more often but in a smaller amount. So we can adapt this amount to each of the patients, as it's very individual what the patient's requirements are. So by doing this, we can treat the patients in all stages of the disease. Our present product, which we have on the market, it's called the FlexLev with the dosing device MyFit. It is targeted towards late-stage patients, and as you can see, they have very much difficulties in using standard tablets, while we can adapt the treatment very well for them. But we are also developing a new device. It's the same tablets, but a new dispensing device, which has the working name AuraFit, which is targeted towards earlier patients. And the main reason here is that it will be cheaper for everybody to use. So it will be a simpler device, easier to use, and targeted towards a larger part of the patients. And this one is in development now. but as I said, it's the same tablets. So this is what we are offering to the market, a good way to treat patients using our FlexiLev tablets. So the present device we have, this is how it looks. Here you can see the actual device. It's actually like a smartphone. So it will alarm and tell you when you should have your drug, and it will deliver from the bottom here our micro tablets containing levodopa and carbidopa. And it's pre-programmed by the healthcare provider. It can be a doctor or a nurse. And so at every occasion you can have the exact number of tablets which you need. If you need 7 tablets, you will get that. If you need 18 tablets, you will get that. So it's very simple to use for the user. It also has some niceties in that it tracks everything you have done. You can go back and check. You can also ask, you can put in the questions like how do you feel and what type of symptoms you have. So it can register symptoms as well. But the main part is that it's an inbuilt alarm together with the tablets. So our future complementing product, the Orafid, for safety or confidential reason, I cannot show you how it looks. So you will have a question mark, but we have some clear idea of what it's going to look like. So it will be a non-digital device. It will be an old-fashioned analog device. It will not require any sort of training for neither patients or healthcare users. It will be totally intuitive how to use it. So it's targeted towards earlier patients, as I said. It will be smaller, discreet, very accurate, of course, and extremely easy to use. And for the reminding point here, how to remind the patients of taking their dose, it's going to have a standard an app, which is on the smartphone, which will remind the patients of now it's time for a dose. So the development is ongoing, and this is something we hope to be ready within this year. So in order to put the highlights of Sensidose in one slide, so we have our product already launched here. As I said, we are marketed in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. We are approved in further 8 countries in Europe, but we are not selling yet in those countries. And we have the established production of both the tablets and the device in itself. We are completely unique for the moment. We are the only one who can offer this type of treatment in Europe, or actually in the whole world. And our medication, our tablets are extremely reliable in the sense that you really get what you ask for. So it's really precise in the 5 milligram steps which we give. The new device is targeting another patient group, so we are not stopping to sell our present device. This new one is targeted to earlier patients, which are estimated to be able to reach about 80% of the Parkinson population. One should keep in mind that Parkinson is a long-term disease, so it's usually long-term treatment, even if the patients really want to try out new and other treatments over the years. In our plans for the coming years, we are looking at a geographical expansion of the present product, and that's initially to Poland and Finland, and from then on to other parts of Europe. The new product, we are primarily targeting Europe. We feel very safe in what we are doing in Europe, and this is sort of a large enough bite for us for the moment. This is it's a very attractive financial prospects for this type of treatment, provided that we can deliver our product and the new product according to our targets. So our target is to sell for 200 million Swedish crowns within 5 years post-launch for the new product, and complementing the old one, I should say. And this is covered by a strong patent portfolio, which I will not dwell into right now. It's always too complicated. We don't have any payments or any third-party rights or no royalties. Everything goes to the company. We do have a board, right? And here is the board. The chairman of the board is Per Nilsson. He is well known in the startup community in Sweden. Lars Ternertz is an engineer, also well known, comes from Uppsala, has been involved in several successful companies. Sten Magnus Akvelonius, he is the founder, professor in neurology in Uppsala, founder of this, and also founder of the product Duodopa, which is a well-known treatment in this field, and I will come back to it. And then it's myself. I didn't talk about myself. I'm an MD PhD from Karolinska. Have been in the pharmaceutical industry for many, many years. Too many years, maybe. We are very differentiated from our competitors in this field. So we have a unique treatment concept, the idea of an individualized dosing together with a dosing device. We are the only one who can provide. Our treatment, in spite of that it has requirements on the patients. Patients are required to take their drugs several times per day, as you saw in this curve. So, but it has an extremely high compliance. Our patients will take around they will take up to 8 doses per day. We know that they will take 90% of the doses, so very high compliance. You can optimize each dose, both in terms of the amount and time, which is really important for these patients. Our clinical trials, which I am not going into, has shown a very robust bioavailability. So whenever you take your dose, even if it's morning or afternoon or in the evening, you will get the same bioavailability from our tablets. It has a very rapid onset. You see the effect in around 20 minutes. And we always stress that the frequent dosing is one of the keys for our treatment. So it requires really that the patients are compliant. It's very important to understand the cost, because cost is a key importance in the pharmaceutical industry. Third-party payer, the state or insurance companies pay for the drug. So if we look at the treatment for a severe patient who goes into the advanced stage, the sort of Rolls-Royce treatment is the Duodopa treatment at a cost around 46,000 euros per year. And that was actually invented by Sten Magnus Akvelonius and his co-workers. And then there are some other treatments, which we'll not go into, but our cost per year is 3,000 euros per year. So from a cost comparison, the offer we give to both the society and patients is quite different. You can save a lot of money on trying us before going into one of the advanced treatment. And furthermore, you don't need any operation, you don't need any surgery or anything when you do the MyFid FlexiLab treatment. That is needed for all the other advanced treatments, some sort of invasive treatment into the body. So, very nice competitive edge when it comes to price. A question that always comes up, are we as good as Duodopa? I would say no, we're not, but we are good enough, and that's in comparison to price and convenience for the patients. This good enough is more than enough for the majority of the patients. Now, if you go to the pure generics, and I have taken a patient's example here, the cost per year is around 500 euros, and our target for the new product is around 1.4 or 1,400 euros per year. And the reason for that is that we think that we can offer a better treatment, and we will be able to show that we are actually better than the standard treatment, so we can demand a somewhat higher price but still cheaper than our present price, and by this we think we can have a nice part of our market. So this is a very important way forward for us to understand the pricing in the European pharmaceutical market. So this is our sales and projected results. We are going to be cash flow positive at 2024 or late 2023, the red bars here, sorry. It takes money to develop the new product, and we are also increasing our efforts on the present product with the sales force and also expansion into other geographical areas. So that is what comes first, geographical expansion. Then we're going to launch the Orafid in Scandinavia, followed by launch of Orafid in Northern Europe, and as a third wave, the launch in southern part of Europe. So increasing the sales, and in the end we will have sales of around, well, above 250 million. This is our projected result. And in order to do this, we need really to also strengthen the organization. That's really important to be able to reach this goal. We are covered by patents. The two most important patents here is is this one, the compacted powder. That protects the format of the tablets, the way they actually look. And the other one is the dispensing device here. And together these two protect us from that. Nobody else can make tablets with the same format. And if you make another format, they're not going to work in our device. So together these two give us a nice protection. So to finish up, our short-term objectives and way forward is, number one, we're going to increase our present market share. We want to give more patients the opportunity to use our treatment, especially in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, where we are now. The opportunity for really fine-tune and make the best out of this type of treatment, as good as you can get. Then we want to do the geographical expansion in parallel here. So Finland and Poland, and maybe we'll do Netherlands in the same move. We also want to complete the development of the Orafid and achieve the CE marking for that. That's on the table for this year. And in parallel, we want to start to identify who we are going to work with for the commercialization of both MyFid and Orafid in our expansion into, as you saw, the three-step expansion we are planning. And in order to do this, we need to strengthen the organization so we can deliver according to this plan. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you for presenting. I would like to ask you how you would describe the competitive landscape within Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, it's actually very, very competitive, especially on the generics. There are several players and several drugs available for patients to try, and there is new treatments coming up or in process for coming up. I always say that no matter what, you should always work, having in the back of your mind that the competitors are always around the corner, and always, work as fast and as good, as thorough as you can, because there are and there will always be competitors. For our specific niche, there are very, very few competitors, but that doesn't stop, other type of treatments from coming. So one should be aware of competitors always.
And finally, Parkinson's is your main focus, but do you see potential in other indications as well?
Yes, there are other neurological diseases which have basically the same need for an individualized treatment, and we do see, very nice opportunities. However, we are a small company, a few people, and we say, let's concentrate on Parkinson, let's make this successful, and then we will move into our next indication.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next up in our program is AlzeCure, and here to present the company is CEO Martin Jönsson. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you, Mike. Hello, my name is Martin Jönsson. I'm the CEO of AlzeCure Pharma. I'm here to present the company, what we are focusing on, and also how we are developing as a company, and the rights issue that we have ongoing now. As a company, AlzeCure is focusing on the areas Alzheimer's disease and pain, areas of great unmet medical need. We were founded as a commercial company in 2016 and can be seen as a spin-off from AstraZeneca, since the company started in 2012 as AstraZeneca stopped their research in Alzheimer's and pain. We are a very experienced team from early drug discovery, development into commercialization. And we are located here in Sweden at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. The research we are doing on 3 different platforms and only doing small molecule projects. We have NeuroRestore, where we are developing novel first-in-class symptomatic treatment against cognitive diseases, focusing on Alzheimer's disease. Then we have Alzstatin, where we are developing a preventive disease-modifying treatment so we don't develop Alzheimer's. And then we have the platform Painless, where we have 2 projects in pain. And as a company, we are on NASDAQ, First North Premier Growth Market, since 2018. As a company, our business model is that we are a research and development company, taking our projects into clinical phase up to phase 2A and then to out-license. But we are also open to out-license already in preclinical. If you look at our pipeline, we have a pipeline of 6 different projects which are organized into 3 different platforms. NeuroRestore, focusing on cognitive disorders with Alzheimer's as the focus area. And here we have 1A study, a phase 1 study going on. In Alzstatin, preventive treatment against Alzheimer's, we are in preclinical phase. And then in Painless, our pain platform, we have 1 project which had a positive readout last year, where we now are preparing for phase 2, where we just have had positive feedback from the FDA. And then in Painless we have a project called TRACK-A NAM as well. If you look at what we are mainly focusing on, we are focusing on Alzheimer's disease, a devastating disease costing society more than oncology and cardiovascular diseases together. And this is in an area where the patient population already now is huge and expected to triple in the coming 30 years. So why is that? This is because we are living longer and longer, and with this, the risk of developing dementia and Alzheimer's grows bigger and bigger. If we look at Alzheimer's disease, we can see the disease as progressive and a lethal disorder. 2 phases, pre-symptomatic and symptomatic Alzheimer's, is what the patients are experiencing. In the pre-symptomatic phase, the disease is building up. Amyloid plaque proteins are being created in the brain and destroying brain structures. And here today there are no treatments against preventing Alzheimer's. And then in symptomatic Alzheimer's, where we have symptoms, today there are some medications, but these medications aren't very effective and have side effects. And so we can truly say in both these areas, pre-symptomatic and symptomatic Alzheimer's, there are huge unmet medical needs. And when it comes to the market potential, it's enormous. If only 5% of the US population would get the drug Aptahem, which was approved last year, the drug would be the 2nd biggest drug in the US market. And if we look at how we as a company are working in the Alzheimer's field, we are having 2 platforms. Our first platform is Alzstatin, which is a preventive disease-modifying treatment focusing on the production of amyloid beta, which is damaging the brain. And here we are developing an oral medication. And then for the patients who have developed Alzheimer's and cognitive disorders, we have NeuroRestore, which is a medication to improve brain function with learning capabilities and memory capabilities. Also here, developing oral medications. If we go in and look at Alzstatin, our preventive disease-modifying treatment against Alzheimer's disease, we can talk about what's happening in the brain as Alzheimer is evolving. And this is focusing on A-beta-42 protein, which is destroying the brain and leading into what's called the amyloid cascade, over time creating plaque, breaking down the brain. And if we look at what's happening, how the plaques are created, this is due to that in the brain there is produced A-beta-42. With A-beta-42 there are created bigger and bigger fragments up to plaque. What we are focusing on is the source to minimize the production of A-beta-42. Antibodies which now are coming in are focusing further up in the cascade. We want to make sure that we don't develop Alzheimer's. And we should see a movie about how Alzstatin is working.
In the cell membrane, there are many different proteins, one of which is APP. This protein is cleaved by specific enzymes into smaller peptides. In Alzheimer's disease, APP is initially generally cleaved by an enzyme called beta secretase. The second cleavage is made by an enzyme called gamma secretase, resulting in the release of a smaller fragment called beta amyloid. This protein has a tendency to clump together into larger aggregates, oligomers, which damage and interfere with the normal functioning of the nerve cells. Over time, large insoluble protein aggregates are formed in the brain, so-called amyloid plaques, which is a key hallmark of the disease. AlzeCure's project, Alzstatin, prevents the formation of beta amyloid and reduces the buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Alzstatin does this by modulating the gamma secretase so that the enzyme cleaves beta amyloid into shorter fragments that are not toxic to the cells, nor aggregate to form plaques.
So this was about how Alzstatin is working. So here we saw that Alzstatin is focusing on A-beta-42, the toxic proteins, which are clustering together and creating toxic fragments. What we are having and have developed is Alzstatin, a gamma secretase modulators, diminishing and minimizing the production of A-beta-42 with up to 50 to 60%. And if we should look at how Alzstatin differs compared to antibodies, which are now coming into the market, antibodies are with the indication mild Alzheimer's disease, where the brain is already destroyed, as you see on the right. We, with Alzstatin, is going in, treating the healthy brain to make sure that the brain is not damaged, so you develop Alzheimer's. And looking at other advantages with Alzstatin compared to antibodies is that we are small molecule therapy with penetrating the blood-brain barrier to a greater extent. We also have oral formulation instead of infusion or subcutaneous treatment. We also are having a preventive treatment, so we don't develop the disease, and also having fewer and less severe side effects. So this is the intention with Alzstatin. Our second platform focusing on Alzheimer's NeuroRestore, a cognitive enhancer improving brain function. And how we are doing this is that we are focusing on the neurotrophins BDNF and NGF and increasing, enhancing the neurotrophin signaling. And BDNF and NGF are central to cognition and memory and enhancement. And we have shown in preclinical models that we can improve this. When it comes to this medication that we are developing, we don't see that it only can be used in Alzheimer's disease. Several other diseases like Parkinson's disease and traumatic brain injury, sleep disorders, we also see the opportunity. And how this NeuroRestore is really working, we have seen that It goes in and can improve the learning capabilities, the storage capabilities, so what we have learned is really stored, and also that we improve memory, so we can take it and remember what we have learned. So a fascinating drug. Our second focus area is chronic pain, an area of large unmet medical need. More people are committing suicide due to chronic pain than depression. Chronic pain is also the most common cause to sick leaves. And in the US, there is an opioid crisis due to the fact that people are using these narcotic substances. So here we're seeing a huge unmet medical need. And the way we are attacking the pain area is with two different platforms. We have one platform, TrkA NAM, where we are focusing on osteoarthritis and other severe pain conditions. And then we also have our project ACD440 heading into phase 2, where we are focusing on neuropathic pain. More than 600 million patients or people are suffering from neuropathic pain. 80% of these patients aren't experiencing adequate pain relief. And this project is built on the science which was rewarded the Nobel Prize last year, which went to the researcher David Julius for his discovery and knowledge he developed around this receptor, TRPV1. And what we have developed is a TRPV1 antagonist. And here we have a compound where we have a confirmed mode of action, several clinical studies, strong scientific support, now also with Nobel Prize. Last year we had a positive 1B study with data on safety, tolerability and efficacy. And now we also have had feedback from the FDA with regard to the phase 2 study that we intend to start this year. And then if we head on, neuropathic pain is such a big market. It's actually the biggest individual market within pain, sales for over 11 billion. But due to the very large unmet medical need and the dissatisfaction with the existing treatment, we are expecting, or the marketing is expecting, double-digit growth, going up to around 25 billion in 2027. If we look at our milestones and the planned activities for 2022, we intend to start our phase 2 study for painless ACD440 for neuropathic pain, and also to have a readout on the ongoing phase 1 study with NeuroRestore ACD856 focusing on Alzheimer's disease, and then also to start our next trial within ACD856. And then we want to advance our molecules in painless TrkA NAM towards clinical candidates. And then progress alstatin ACD680 into preclinical safety testing. And why is then AlzeCure an interesting company to invest in? We would say it's because that we are targeting areas of huge unmet medical need. We are doing this with a strong team with extensive experience and track record. We also have platforms with first-in-class properties, which really can become game changers. We also are doing parallel investment with potent follow-up programs. And our target areas are really blockbusters area with very, very large opportunities. And also now, especially that we are evolving into a phase 2 company. Now we are actually having a rights issue with a subscription period for March 8 to 22nd. And we are aiming to take in around 60 million, and already now it's guaranteed to 80%. And we also have an Altamir option, potentially taking up additional 12 million. So I would recommend you to go into our homepage and learn more about the rights issue and what it can offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Martin. You mentioned the approval of aducanumab, which came quite recently. I was wondering, what are the prospects for AlzeCure's, the commercialization of AlzeCure's products within Alzheimer's disease, given this approval?
They have improved. I mean, with the approval, the FDA have now defined the regulatory route. With this approval, more companies are now doing their trials on their antibodies, which I feel personally even have better data than Aduhelm, where you have more to wish for, if you say like this. And we see an increased interest in our Alzheimer's project. So we think it's very, very positive. Mm-hmm.
And you talked about your painless platform and your ACD440 project. You said you're going to be starting phase 2 soon. What is your business strategy there with that platform?
We want to out-license the project, and we are all the time working with discussion with external companies with regard to out-licensing, and that on ACD440, but also on Alzstatin, on NeuroRestore. So to find a partner who are interested in taking it on, both the program we have now, but we also see other opportunities around the molecules with other formulation, etc. So we really think ACD440 for neuropathic pain can be something very, very special and interesting.
Mm-hmm. And along those lines, you have a quite diversified portfolio.
Yeah.
Why is that important for AlzeCure?
First of all, it can look like it's diversified, and of course we have Alzheimer and pain, but the reason why it looks like it looks is that in certain cases we are increasing the neurotrophic signaling, like in Alzheimer, to improve cognition and memory, and in other times we are minimizing the signaling, and then we come into the pain area. Mm-hmm. But for us as a company, we want to really do things which there is a great unmet medical need. But for investors, I also think that our pipeline we are having is also showing that we are no one-trick pony, and that the areas we are in are really, really huge and can really become something very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for answering these questions, and we wish you all the best with your upcoming work.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you.
That was the last presentation of the day, and with that we would like to thank you for watching. And we hope that you will join us on the 8th and 9th of June for our BioStock Life Science Spring Summit. We will see you then.